call the meeting to order so we can start with our business stuff here. We don't have Mr. Haverfield online for an update for council. So do you have one, Rodney?
I do, Madam Chair. As you can see, we've got some new technology. Hopefully that's helpful. Just let me know if that's helpful and we can.
Waiting to myself.
Okay, so we had a couple of things that occurred at City Council. The budget was approved. So that was this last City Council meeting. And then pre-annexation and zoning to RS 22 for Victory Spring subdivision at 7722 East Victory Road. That was continued to the September 19th meeting. Then the next one is an annexation and zoning to RD for Parker Estates subdivision. This is off of Greenhurst Road near 12th Avenue Road South. And this was for 20 townhomes and 10 buildings and eight single-family detached homes. It was approved, but there were quite a few conditions placed on this approval. One of which was that 25% would be maximum number of rentals in the development. This number 2 was setbacks for 10 feet in the rear instead of the 5 that they were showing, but the patio cover could extend to that 5-foot setback. Number 3 was that they did need to show on their plat the 2 trees per lot as required by code. Number 4 was 2 to 3 different elevations needed to be presented, and that none of those could be right next to each other, so they had to have a variety of elevations. We've heard from the applicant, and they are going to ask for a reconsideration based on legal concerns for requiring 25% rental. So we will see how that goes, but that was the direction that the committee or the applicant wanted to go. And then the last one was a variance requiring a 10-foot setback on private from the private roadway at 3353 and 3341 North Black Butte Court. This is in the industrial development up there by the railroad tracks, and that one was approved. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. There's no staff communication either, Rodney? Okay. The consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion we approve the items on the consent agenda. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, consent agenda has been accepted. Okay, and do we have the applicant for number 1 here? Yay. Okay. We're ready to hear what you got to say, and then we'll hear from Christy. No, you go first.
We sure break it.
I won't. I was on the freeway, so I'm just a little, like that. Becky McKay with Engineering Solutions, business address 1029 North Rosario and Meridian. I am representing Challenger Development on this application that's before you. We're asking for an annexation, also a rezone, development agreement modification, and a preliminary plat for 28.63 acres. This particular property is located, let's see, I can change that, can't I?
Yeah.
Oops, there we go. This particular property is located kind of northeast of West Roosevelt Avenue and south on the east side of South Middleton Road. The property abuts the Wilson Drain along the north boundary and the Orr Drain along the east boundary. We are requesting annexation of the northern parcel that you see there that is not colored in. That's approximately 16.48 acres. and then a rezone of the southern 13.13 acres, which is currently zoned BC and is within the city limits of Nampa. Part of our rezone request is 2 different zoning designations. We're asking for 2.64 acres of RS 8.5, that single-family residential district, and 26.97 acres of RML, which is limited multifamily residential. The preliminary plat that we have before you this evening has approximately 156 lots. Of those lots, we have 6 single-family lots, 107 townhome lots, and 23 fourplex lots, and 20 common lots. The total number of dwellings within this Clear Creek development is 205. To kind of give you a little bit of history on this particular piece of property, a portion of this property, most of it was annexed back in 2017, and it was zoned BC Community Business District. The site plan that you see before you was what was attached to the development agreement, and that development agreement described the project as recreational vehicle, mini storage, and some future commercial to the south adjacent to Roosevelt there at the intersection. However, no conceptual plan was shown on the commercial. The original owner, BNS Properties LLC, made no effort to make any improvements or proceed with their development. And so the property ended up being sold to Hotel SLC, which is Brian Black, the Black family that owned the Ameritel hotels. They then sold a portion of the property. They retained the 6 acres of commercial at the corner right there at Roosevelt and Middleton Road. Then they sold the adjoining property, the 16.48 or 13.13 acres to Challenger or Endurance Holdings. On your comprehensive plan, this whole area is designated high-density residential on the land use map. So we were contacted by the staff. We received an email from Christy indicating that the council had significant concerns with mini storage facilities and the proliferation of them within the city of Nampa, and that since this particular piece of property had not made any effort to make any improvements or install any improvements, that they wanted to rescind their development agreement. And so this came before the Planning and Zoning Commission in April of 2021. And what it was a staff level initiated application to basically downzone it from BC business, your business commercial zone, to like an RMH zone, which would be the high density residential. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of that. It then went before the City Council. The City Council said they had some concerns about zoning the property for the high density residential just as a blanket type zone and not knowing what was planned for the property. And so they indicated to the staff that they did not want to approve the staff-initiated change, and that they would prefer the applicant bring forward an application. So that's kind of how we got here today. Oops. There we go. So this is the preliminary plat that is before you. In our initial meetings with the Public Works and the planning staff, one of the things that they did stress was that the city did not want to see any apartments, even though this property is designated high-density residential. That the preference along this Middleton corridor would be to have a mixture, obviously transitioning from single-family there at the north end of Lancaster, and then having some townhomes, and then possibly like some fourplexes or big house concept, but having no more than 4 units within a building. So based on staff's recommendation, we did go to the drawing board, and we came up with this particular site plan that's before you. We did hold a neighborhood meeting at the site. We had approximately 10 people that came out. Some of the concerns were traffic. Concerns were school capacity, densities, amenities, open space. They wanted to make sure that this particular project was properly parked, because some of the multifamily developments within the city of Nampa have had significant parking issues. As I indicated, it's high-density residential on your comp plan. That encourages a diversity of housing types. And it states that you'll have a density greater than 9 dwelling units per acre. And obviously, what we're proposing here is less than that 9 dwelling units per acre, if that's looked at as a gross density. One of the things that we took into consideration is Middleton Road. That is a principal arterial, and then we have Lone Star to the north, which is a minor arterial, and then we have Roosevelt to the south, which is designated as a collector. We kind of have a mixture of uses around us. To the west, we have Lone Star Middle School. We have a residential subdivision called Morningside Subdivision. I believe that's RS6 to the west. The school's RS22. We've got R1 to the north. We've got an Old County subdivision to the east of us. And then we have American Homes for Rent that has some courtyard product. I think that's RS7 or 8.5. I'm not sure. I can't remember. So this, if we drive down this corridor, I notice that there's a variety of uses along this corridor. We see churches, we see some commercial, we see office. This is going to be a principal artery for the city. And so one of the things that we wanted to look at in this particular project was, one, that from a transportation perspective, we aligned with the existing accesses. So as you can see on the west side, we are aligning with Lone Star Middle School's approach, and that was recommended by your Public Works Department. And then I think we have Ashby Street, which is in the Morningside subdivision to the west. We're also aligning with that. We will be sharing a collector roadway. That's a collector that comes into our site with the commercial component to the south. As far as our lot sizes, our single-family lots, let's see, does the little red light work now? No? Okay. So the townhomes that you see there, those are front-load townhomes. They're on Muse. So we have a 20-foot minimum open space with pathways that run in between the townhome lots. Those are in pods of 3s and 4s. They will be some 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, and some will be 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and some will be like a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. It just kind of depends on the mixture. All of those townhomes, they're on a periphery buffer or arterial buffer, which is 40 feet along, or 35 feet, excuse me, along Middleton Road. Then they're next to our primary amenity to the north, and then they back up to the drain on the east side. The single-family lots, you can see them. The stub street there just kind of ends, and then we'll extend that stub street, build a cul-de-sac, And then we have lots that range from 9,600 to 12,000 square feet. But our average lot size is around 11,000 square feet. So we're just kind of finishing out that Lancaster Street. The fourplexes are on the northern side. They're adjacent to the drain, and we have mews that run behind them. And as you can see, they're all either backing up to a collector buffer, a mew, an arterial buffer, or the drains. So the drain wraps around that, that fourplex area. As far as sewer and water in this particular area, we have an existing 21-inch and 30-inch sewer line that run along the two drains that we will connect to. We are in the Wilson Sewer Drain Basin. There's a 12-inch water main that's in Middleton Road that we will connect and then loop through our site back into Middleton Road. There's also a 12-inch pressurized irrigation line. So as far as Nampa facilities for infrastructure, they're all in place. There is capacity to serve this development as proposed. We did do a traffic study on the project, and the traffic study was prepared by Kimley Horn. It was approved by your Public Works Department. They indicated that the two approaches that we proposed to Middleton Road did meet the required offsets. We will be required to build turn lanes at both of our approaches. There is an existing turn lane to the subdivision to the west. And so we'll go in and kind of restripe that and make it more efficient. This particular project is anticipated to have a 2025 build-out. It's a multi-phase project. It's not going to be built in its entirety overnight. At build-out, it'll generate about 1,427 vehicle trips per day along Middleton Road.
Okay, I need the gallery to maintain quiet. We're recording this, and we need to just hear the speaker at the podium, please.
One of the things that the staff asked us to do was improve the safe route to schools. Since we do have Lone Star Middle School that is on the west side, we were asked to install a 10-foot sidewalk along that Middleton corridor. We are also required to build a 10-foot multi-use pathway along the south side of the northern drain and the west side of the eastern drain. That is in your pathway plan. And so our interconnectivity through our site links up to all of those multi-use pathways. So we wanted to make sure that, one, this was pedestrian friendly. Our street that wraps through this, we have a public street wrapping through the project, kind of arcing through it, that will have detached sidewalks. So we'll have 4-foot sidewalks with a 6-foot wide landscape strip. We have one interior block that is on the townhome portion that exceeds your maximum block length. We do show traffic calming, so we have some islands, and then we have pedestrian crossings that link up and then match up to the connection on the multi-use pathway along the drain. This kind of shows the townhome area there. And you can see that we have a nice mew, we have a north and an east-west pathway that's going through there. This particular project has 9.57 acres of total open space. So 33.43% of this whole site is open space. And if we calculate our qualified open space, we're required to have 15%, which is basically 2.09 acres. And we have 4.48 acres of qualified open space, or 32.21%. So we have twice the open space that is required under the code. The amenities in this particular project, in the townhome area, we have, within our MU and our pocket park, we're gonna have a pickleball court and pathways. And as we move up into, you can see there's our pool facility, and the pool facility will also have an office, it'll have changing rooms, we have playground equipment, we have significant landscaping around it, and that is 1.65 acres. So that's a nice, big, central open space that all the pathways within our project lead to make it safe and usable for all residents. As I indicated, we'll be building the pathway along the Orr and the Wilson drains and then connecting them to our interior. We have a lot of micropaths that go through the project, and then in the fourplex area, we have, I think, 0.34 acres of open space, which will have a tot lot or playground equipment, yard shuffleboard, and a pathway. This is the single-family area that extends Lancaster. As you can see, the drain, the Wilson drain, is on our northern boundary. This is what's proposed to the south of us. I received this from the land group, who is the consultants for the Black family. This particular commercial plan showed retail, it showed coffee shops, it showed office. It's a concept only. They had some drive-through restaurant facilities. So they obviously, within this 6 acres, anticipate that will be a commercial node serving this whole area. And so we are the transition as we go north of this particular project. This kind of just gives you the breakdown of the open space path, or the open space amenities that I just kind of went through with you. Just to kind of put that up on the screen so you can see that this project is far exceeding your open space and your amenity requirements. And we wanted to, it was our intent to do so, to provide better amenities for this neighborhood and to make a better community out of it. These are some of the homes that'll be in the single-family lots. It could be a combination of 2-story, 2-car garage. The lots are big enough that we can have single-story, 3-car garages where they're almost 11,000 square feet in size. There's another 3-car garage and a 2-story. As far as the townhomes, we have 2 different designs. So not to be monotonous, we have what we call the cottage look. And these are a front-load garage, and then, like I indicated, that they will back up to the MU. The fencing will be wrought iron so that it will give them a nice open feeling. It is our intent not to allow site-obscuring fencing, so the development feels open, where we have these townhomes and the fourplexes, so that it's just not all these little compartmentalized areas, but it gives it a nice open feel. So you'll have that cottage look. You'll have a modern elevation, so we'll kind of mix these in, work with the staff on approving. They'll have, there's obviously articulation in the front elevations, the roof lines. And then this would be the 92 fourplexes that we have on the far northern end that the Orr and Wilson drain wrap around. As you can see, there's a variety of hip roof drawings for these buildings so that we don't have the same building built next to each other. They'll have different finishes, different colors, different masonry on them, and to give them a nice look. The one thing that you want to do with fourplexes is try to create a lot of modulation in them so that they don't look like a box, and that stairway to the upper 2 units is not the focal point. And so with the pillars, with the stone, and the different types of fascia, we get a different look, and it creates, it just kind of creates a nice appearance, unlike the old fourplexes that were done years ago. This kind of gives you some side elevations, so you can see even the rear, we have articulation in the rear and then along the sides. One of the things that the staff wanted me to go through was the parking. When we started this project, you guys were going through your new ordinance. This does meet the criteria. It exceeds the parking within your ordinance and the update to your ordinance. So we'll have 24 one-bedroom, one-bath, which requires just 36 parking spaces. We have 55. We have 44 two-bedroom, two-baths in the 92 units, and 99 spaces are required. We have 100. There's 24 units that are three-bedroom, two-bath. We have 54 are required. We have 55. So on the average is 2.28 spaces per dwelling unit. Plus, we have notched in outside the right-of-way 8 parallel parking places right in front of our clubhouse, fitness center, and office. So those would also be available. So we have 189 required spaces for the multifamily portion. We're providing 210. The townhomes, they will all be 2-car garage, 2-car driveway parking. And then we also have inset outside the right-of-way, notched in parallel park. We have 12 parallel parking, 6 on each end of the block. So one of the things we wanted to make sure is that we have adequate parking for the townhomes. So we have 440 spaces for the townhomes. Obviously, the single family will be a minimum of 2-car garage and 2 cars parked in the driveway. So I was conservative, 24. So in this particular project, based on parking spaces, driveway spaces, garage spaces, and parallel parking that is outside the right-of-way, we have 682 spaces. And we have 205 dwelling units. So this particular project, I feel comfortable that we have parked it. We've provided ample open space. We've provided top-notch amenities to make this obviously complement this area along this Middleton corridor. Within that high-density designation, as I indicated earlier, it talks about, a minimum of 9 dwelling units per acre. Our gross density of this project is 7.16. That's our gross density. The net density, you pull out all the open space, all the right-of-way, and we're at, I think, 14.74. And in my preliminary plat, I broke out each portion of the project within each zone for your staff to evaluate each section. The RML zone that we're asking for is far less dense and I believe is more appropriate for this area than the higher density zone. I agree with the staff, apartments just don't fit. We're seeing along this corridor, there are churches, there are schools, you're seeing the Walmart neighborhood market, there's a fitness center, there's daycares, dental offices, so we're seeing a lot of commercial development cropping up along this corridor. And one of the concerns was to obviously provide for some commercial in this area. And that commercial node is right there at the intersection. And we will be sharing our collector roadway with them. So it'll be integrated into this project. They'll be part of us, we'll be part of them. And I think from a planning perspective, that's the preferred way to do a commercial neighborhood center that provides services to the area. Highway 55 is obviously going to be significantly expanded. I've been working with ITD on some projects that I have along that corridor. So we're going to see significant changes. And obviously Middleton Road, majority of that traffic, goes up to Karcher or goes out to the east. So I think this project will complement what we see along that corridor. There are some multifamily developments. I did read through the opposition letters. One of the thing was, there's no high density out in this vicinity. That's just not correct. There are some multifamily developments along that corridor. There are some higher density projects, and there's a variety of zones throughout this whole area. And I think I don't think the intent of the council when they adopted the land use map that's current was to have apartments here, but I do think this fits their vision. And I would hope that the Plan and Zoning Commission could see the merits of the project and support it. Do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Quick one. Are there any planned additional crossings from the school outside of what's already there at the intersection? Like the hot crossings,
The hot
lights, any of that kind of
crossings.
stuff?
Madam Chairman, Councilman Kirkman, the one discussion I did have with the Public Works staff was there is a parcel that's undeveloped just north of us, and they wanted me to approach that property owner and see if they would allow, grant a easement for sidewalk so that we would have continuous sidewalk up to Lone Star and improve the safe route. I told him I would do that. If this project were supported by the city, I would make that effort and see if we could bridge that gap. As far as a hawk coming across the roadway, I have not discussed that with the Nampa School District or the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Christie.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The actions requested from you this evening are a recommendation of approval to first rescind the portion of the development agreement that is involved with this project that contains the storage units, rezone a portion of the BC zoned area to RML, annex and zone a portion of the project to RML, and annex and zone a portion of the project to RS 8.5. And then also a recommendation of approval for the preliminary plat for the Clear Creek subdivision. So the surrounding zoning here to the north is Canyon County, but it's all enclaved, so it's completely surrounded by the city limits. To the south is BC and RS6. To the east is RS 8.5. And to the west is BC and RS7. She covered the history of that really well, so I'm not going to go back into that again. For the staff findings, for the criteria for annexation, staff finds that the property is contiguous with the city limits on the south and west sides and is considered to be enclaved, so it does meet item number 1. The staff finds that the proposed RS 8.5 and the RML zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use map designation of high-density residential. And the RS 8.5 would cause a stretch of the medium-density residential designation that is adjacent on the east. As far as whether or not this project is reasonably necessary to assure orderly development, this is where you have some flexibility to determine whether or not the timing and location is appropriate. Staff finds that this is an infill development, and so does fall under that orderly development definition. Services are available within 525 feet of the project. Services meaning schools, parks, grocery stores, medical services, and future commercial pads. There is an existing development agreement that we talked about. This needs to be rescinded to go along with the codes as they stand in the city today. This project will extend readily available utilities to and through the property, and the project will install the much-needed pathway connections along the Wilson and Orr drains. As far as the rezone is concerned, the criteria that you need to look at for this determination, staff finds that the proposed RS 8.5 and RML, again, meet the comprehensive plan future land use map. Staff finds that the request of the mix of single-family residential duplexes and fourplexes and triplexes is reasonably compatible with and will create a buffer between the single-family uses, the commercial uses, and the major intersections there. Staff finds that the proposed RS 8.5 zoning district is compatible with these zones and the existing uses in the area. The RML zoning doesn't match the other zones necessarily, but again, would create a buffer. Staff finds that the proposed RS 8.5 and RML zoning would not create a spot zone because it does match the future land use map. And then, again, where you guys have some flexibility, would it be in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary? Same reasons as before, services are available nearby, the development agreement needs to be rescinded, will extend readily available utilities, and it will make needed pathway connections. As far as the development agreement is concerned, we've kind of talked through that. Rescinding this portion of the existing agreement would void the ability for any future developer to construct a storage facility. As it stands now, that's basically an approved use, and they could come in and pull a building permit tomorrow if they wanted to. The traffic impact study indicated that there were no deficiencies or triggered impacts. So if you have any traffic questions, I would defer those to Daniel. As far as correspondence is concerned, there were some comments that were received today. I believe that you received those in an email. And then there was some public input that we received in time to go into the staff report. The concerns that were expressed in those comments were driving out existing residents who can't afford to move. Construction will displace all the bugs and rodents to nearby residences. There will be an increase in traffic, vehicles, and parking issues. There will be an additional burden on the underbuilt infrastructure, roads, water, and sewer. Additional burdens on police and fire department personnel. An increase in crime. Incompatibility with the surrounding low and medium density residential zones. It will create a spot zone. The loss of community business zone in the southwest quadrant of Nampa to high-density development, as there has already been 2 rezones further south on Middleton. The loss of potential businesses, which would provide goods and services to existing residences. Current and future residents must drive to congested areas to obtain these goods and services already. City's responsibility is to provide affordable housing, and is there enough parking? The building department had their standard comments about Title IV requirements. Nampa Meridian Irrigation requested that they get a signed license agreement for any work done along the Wilson Drain. The Parks Department is asking for the pathways to be completed. GIS Division had some requested changes to the street names. Excuse me. The Police Department indicated that this will cause an increase in the population and would recommend a commitment to fund 0.9 additional officers and 0.3 additional support staff. The Fire Department has requested funding. Well, they're in their own district now, but they would need to increase their personnel demand of 0.4 firefighters. And then the Engineering Division, of course, has their standard comments and conditions that are listed in the staff report. As far as the crime comment goes, there were a number of comments that did ask about crime, and so we asked Chief Huff to run a report. The crime in this area shows that it has gone down so far this year by 14.38%. The majority of the crime that was in the report was shown as traffic stops. So if you want to talk about that further, I do have some other handouts. So this request will adjust the zoning for the BC from 20.21 acres to 5.96, right there on the corner, And it will create an area of RML that is 24.76 acres and an area of RS 8.5 that is 2.64 acres. So this just shows the comprehensive plan and how that high-density residential fits within this. Because it's an enclaved property, it does fall within the infill definition. And so the goals of the Nampa Comprehensive Plan are to encourage higher density in areas that can make efficient use of existing services like sewer and water. This helps to decrease sprawl to the outer edges of the city limits where services do not yet exist. The services that are available nearby are Lone Star Middle School, which is directly across the road, Roosevelt Elementary, which is 1,900 feet down and across Roosevelt Avenue, Roosevelt Park, also 1,900 feet across Roosevelt Avenue. Walmart is 525 feet away. Primary Health will be 120 feet away across Middleton Road. The dental office is directly across the street. And then the future commercial pads in front of Walmart and then immediately adjacent to this project on the south. This is a breakdown of all the information that was in the preliminary plat. As you can see, it's fairly significant. In the RS 8.5 zone, the building lots shall meet a minimum of 6,800 square feet and not exceed 12,000 for single-family structures. The smallest lot that they're proposing is 9,616 square feet, and the largest is right at 12,000. So it is deemed compliant in that regard. In the RML zone, the building lots shall not be less than 7,350 for triplexes and 8,700 for fourplexes. The smallest triplex lot is 8,309, and the smallest fourplex lot is 10,428 square feet. Therefore, it is deemed compliant with city code. The lot width and depth does meet code. The landscape plan is currently being reviewed by the Nampa Forester, and any requests that he has will need to be resolved prior to the final plat submittal. And she went over the open space, but again, it's 32.21% of the entire project and will include pathways, pocket parks, mews, pickleball courts, playgrounds with a gazebo and shuffleboard, pools, playgrounds, and a 10-foot wide multi-use pathway along both drains and out on Middleton Road. So the recommended conditions of approval, should you choose to approve this, are listed in your staff report and generally reflect the engineering comments. And these are your potential motions. I will stand for any questions.
Christie, I have a mixed bag of questions, if I may.
Okay.
In the staff report, it says proposed primary health. And in the paper, I read that there's going to be a St. Luke's Dock in a Box nearby. Do you know where the St. Luke's is going to be?
Yeah, sorry, Commissioner Kehoe, that's correct. It's the St. Luke's Urgent Care. It's not primary health.
Okay.
You're correct.
You write that down, somebody, please?
That you're correct?
Yes. And going through on correspondence, I know you didn't write any of these things, but maybe you could help me to understand some of them. It says drive out existing residents who can't afford to move. How would this drive out existing residents? Any idea?
Commissioner Kehoe, I can only assume that maybe they feel like they don't want to live next to the higher density dwellings. I'm not sure.
There's nobody really next to them.
I'm not sure.
Okay, and it says construction will displace bugs and rodents to nearby residents. I've never heard that before, but it makes perfect sense. How long would that take to mitigate those bugs? I mean, is it really a big problem? I mean, I've never even heard of it, but it certainly makes sense.
It does make sense. When you have an open field like that, it will drive them into neighboring properties, obviously, but I'm not sure how long it takes to get rid of the population.
And additional burden on police and fire departments. Doesn't anything built have an increase in fire and police services? Anything at all, no matter what it is?
Yes, that would be my understanding.
So what they're saying is they don't want to see anything built here because anything's going to cause an increase in police and fire services, I would assume. There's also a city's responsibility to provide affordable housing. Is it the city's responsibility or is it just a goal of the city to provide affordable housing?
The city can provide goals and guidelines for development, but we don't control the market prices.
So it's not a policy of of the city to do that.
No, we don't have any control over
Right,
the value.
Go away.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, may I just speak to that real quickly?
bet.
So it is a policy actually in our comprehensive plan to support affordable housing, but we don't, as a city, go out and, we haven't identified that as a goal at all, to go out and actually produce the affordable housing. This, my understanding, Christine, maybe you can correct me here, but affordable housing, we have a specific definition in our comprehensive plan about what affordable housing is, and I don't believe this is that. I think this is market rate housing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And neighborhood meeting was held on February 10th. I wasn't aware the meeting was being held, so I don't know what the weather was like on February 10th. But is there any guidelines as to whether these are held indoors, outdoors, on the site, or off-site, or?
Oh, they
I mean,
need to
if you
be
look at all the
held,
people that are here tonight, and it's kind of warm outside, but in February 10th, only 9 people showed up.
they need to be held as close to the site as
They
possible.
do need to be, okay.
And so if they can do them on-site, we would prefer that. We were coming out of COVID at that time, and so it was kind of difficult, for people to gather.
Yeah.
And we prefer
Well,
that they
there's-
do it
there's
outside
not any
if
place out
possible.
there even. There's no really parking pad or something you can
Yeah.
park on.
But you can direct that question back to the applicant too and see if she's got any input on that.
Okay? That's all I had. Thank you.
Christie, just a quick comment or a question. So I did read a comment about someone's concern about overcrowding schools in the Nampa School District, and I didn't see a response from the district. Did they, I'm sure you reached out, but no response yet about the overcrowding or that
Commissioner
comment?
Kirkman, I knew you were going to ask me that question. So I did talk to Courtney Stauffer today. He sent me an email where he said, we are not concerned about school capacity. In this particular case, we actually support this type of housing because it does allow, like, for teachers that might be there, and it gives their staff housing, not to mention their students. But they did have two concerns. One was getting safely to the intersection of Lone Star and Middleton so the kids can cross the street. And then the safety of the alignment where the buses go in behind the school on the south side. And I think we can talk to them about that with engineering and how that's all going to work.
Okay. But to the patron, or to the citizen's comment about overcrowding, there's no concern.
He said we don't have any
Okay.
concern. As a matter of fact, we're supportive of this
All right.
type of a project.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Christie?
Christie, do you mind flipping back to that slide that had the current and proposed zones? That was a good graphic for me to understand. Okay.
Is that your question?
Yeah. Thank you, Christie.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What was the question?
I just wanted to look at this picture. I thought it would demonstrate basically what we're trying to decide.
Oh,
Okay, any other questions for Christie? Okay, we're going to go to public testimony. So we have full house. So if you have a representative that would like to speak for the group, we'll give them 6 minutes to speak. If you're going to come up and speak, you have 3 minutes to speak. And you can, if you're yielding your time to a person, you're done, and they get the 6 minutes to speak. So I can't have the same person speaking for 4 people, then for 10 people, then for, we're going to give everybody a shot up here one time. We're going to keep the clock going. I have 2 signs, 30 seconds remaining and a time's up sign. So when you're close to your 30 seconds, try to wind up and get all your thoughts in. We want to give everybody a chance to speak that's here. And it could be a while to get through everybody, but I know some people are here for number 6 as well. So when you come up, you need to give us your name and address for the record. I'll start the timer after you've said your address to give you the time. And then while they're testifying, then everybody else in the gallery has to remain quiet. We're recording. We need everybody to be respectful of that. We can't have cheering, clapping, we just need to be able to hear the person at the podium. So, okay, so first of all, we're going to start out with Daryl Broughton. And you come on up.
I'll keep an eye on you.
Daryl Broughton, 757 South Elisa Avenue. I know you're all appointed by the mayor's office, so do diligence and listen very carefully to what I have to say and all the rest of the concerned citizens. Obviously, this lady does not recognize this area very much. She probably doesn't even live here. And here again, we're back again. Really? We already stopped one going on the other side off of Lake Lowell. And here we are again, because someone wants to make money and someone wants to have some kind of a big project going. Why did we stop it last time? Look in the records, June 16th. Okay. You're saying high density and low density. I think that there should be a proposal, which we may make later on, to keep this as low density. And when they say, well, it's going to cause people to move out. That was one of the concerns I had when I first got here, and I found out this other guy was building some projects up there, townhouses. If I had known this was going to happen, I would not have bought property here and retired here. After 48 years of working, I come here to a nice, pleasant, quiet area, and here again, I'm up at this podium. I don't like it. You all need to listen. If you allow this to go, you're ashamed of yourself. Mean it. And I'll tell you why. Traffic is going to increase. I heard on the news today, Nampa can't afford a lot of new police. Crime's going to go up. I'm on the board of HOA, and I do the safety and neighborhood watch. I've been watching carefully on the news. I get alerts every time when a new pedophile comes in, and they want to build fourplexes and whatnot. It's going to cause more traffic, 1,000 more cars. You think that makes a difference? Hell yeah, it does. It makes a big difference to what we're fighting right now with all the extra construction. We were so happy when Lake Lowell opened up to Middleton after they put a traffic light there. Grant you there's a traffic light over here because people go to Walmart and all that, but I'll tell you something. You put 1,000 more cars on the road, and when this development is finished, it's going to put 2,000 cars on the road. We can't have that. We cannot have that. Our infrastructure will not support it. We'll be waiting at lights for days. And what about parking?
Okay,
You want more?
You don't need to yell, sir. Please just speak into the microphone.
I'm speaking in the microphone.
Okay.
Now, you got all this parking, okay? Now, what about where are these cars going to park? Under carports? Huh? You're going to have gangs. You're going to have all kinds of stuff going on. Criminalities. Our budget in Idaho cannot support extra firemen, and the city can't. They talk to the police chief, cannot do it. So we need to have something going on here to stop this.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next person up is Elaine Broughton. Did I mispronounce the first name? And you said you don't want to speak, but you indicated you want on the record as against. So we got that on the record for you. Okay, we have Linda Steele.
The people in front of me were shorter, so I don't have to move the microphone. I almost broke it last time. Linda Steele, 1219 South Spring Valley Drive, Nampa. I'm all over the board with everything I have to say, and I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to repeat, so I'm going to get through a few points that maybe other people won't bring up. I'd like to first say, I'm going to ask each and every one of you to go back and review, if you haven't already, the City Council meeting from June 7th, 2021, where they discussed this property. They discussed
the comprehensive plan, the land use map, and that, yes, there was zoning for high density. However, the city attorney stated, as did all the council members, that that is not a guarantee. That is a suggestion, but not a guarantee. We don't need anything high density in that area. I wish there was more transparency in the information that was given to all of us in the beginning of the meetings, from the developer, from P&Z, from everybody. They make this big blue sky, clouds, rosy picture of, oh, the roads can handle it, this and that. We've got 1,427 vehicles that are going to be added every day, and we've got the infrastructure to handle it. If you live there, you know that is anything but the truth. The people in my area, and I'm off of Lake Lowell in Middleton, drive 9 miles across town to Garrity to get on the freeway because we can't get there now. You sit through stop signs and traffic lights, and it's totally the opposite of what we hear in the beginning of these meetings by people trying to push these projects. They don't live there, they have no idea. But please, that meeting on June 7th, 2021 is very, very important and addresses a lot of the things that the people here are upset about. I agree with the gentleman that was just up here that was upset. We feel like we're continuing to come here to beg and plead for your mercy to vote against these projects that are going to do nothing but hurt our area. We cannot handle it. We do not have the facilities. The people that are going to move into this area, there's not enough jobs. Nobody even brought up jobs. There's not enough jobs in the area for these people. So what do they have to do? They have to drive to the freeway. You can't get to the freeway. On my husband's wife, my trip here tonight, I cannot tell you how many near-miss accidents we have from people who are frustrated because they can't get to where they want to go. And it costs lives and injuries. And on Lake Lowell in Middleton, there was a bus that was hit at 7 o'clock in the morning. I mean, you have to think about all these things. Nobody, including the developer, wants to bring those up. They just want the fat wallet to get padded. They don't care about us. They don't care about the people that are here. I'm asking you, in your positions, to please care about those things, to care about us, because most of the things you've heard about this project are stretching the truth by a great mile. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, Edith Hannett. Okay, you're just on the record as against. Okay, and then we have Pamela Jusel that's also against. Okay. And then Leslie and John Harrier on the record. Carol James, and you got you. And then Cecilia Gu. Okay. Okay, Howard Dunn would like to speak. You don't have to.
We don't pay for you to speak, though.
Name's Howard Dunn. The address is 13781 South Graybull, Nampa. Just brief questions. Looking at the illustration that's up there, the designator in that lined area, ENC, at the bottom of the actual notice that was posted, there is a legend that lists ENC. But prior to the meeting, I went to the city's planning and zoning website looking for an explanation of what those abbreviations represented, and there's absolutely nothing there. So I was kind of curious as to what that designator indicated.
Rodney, is that enclave?
Ripley's enclaved.
Enclaved property.
Enclaved, okay. There was one other thing. I guess that's the main thing. That answers that question, but I'm also on record as being against the development, and that the primary reason is the increase in traffic volume. Living in that area and putting up with that volume of additional traffic on top of what's already there is a huge detriment to just overall quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have Larry Eastman on the record as opposed, and Eva Eastman the same. Okay, we're gonna skip the undecided people for right now. Okay, then we have Rod Jusel, doesn't say you want to speak or not. Okay, Allison and Tom Bello? Terry Whitney? Okay. And then Audrey Riken? Okay. Randy, you had said, Riken, you said you'd like to speak?
My name's Randy Rieken, and I'm at 724 South Lancaster Drive in Nampa. And the president of our HOA asked me as vice president to represent our HOA, Meadowcrest.
Okay.
We're opposed. The density of the project is beyond what capacity really is. It's great the medical center's going in. We need things like that. We don't want to lose opportunity for other neighborhood-style business to come in. The donut shops, coffee shop, a place people can ride their bike to that live in the area and not increase traffic so drastically. I went to Walmart. I couldn't find a single parking space. I had to go somewhere else, much further away. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't find one parking space. I don't see this project helping that situation at all. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Wait a minute, excuse me. Rodney, can I make a clarification comment, please?
That's up to the Madam Chair.
make it quick.
In all fairness to everybody here, the Walmart is under remodeling. A lot of the spaces are taken up with the construction material. I shop there too. I don't live but a stone throw from this development. So I go to the same places you guys go to, and it is hard to find a parking space, but it's because the redevelopment of the Walmart. So don't use that as an excuse, because once this Walmart's redone, it should be a lot better.
Okay, we have
You've had your chance, sir. I'm sorry.
John Logan.
Thank you. John Logan, 11094 West Glendive Avenue, Nampa. I live in the Morningside development, right across the street from the proposed development they're looking at doing. We had the flyer out front there, and when I talked to a couple of my neighbors about it, they were kind of deceived by the actual flyer that you saw there. They thought it was just the triangle piece by the illustration. They didn't realize it was going to be down along the side there as well, where the BC was. So they really didn't get a chance to take action, unfortunately. I live, like I said, right across the way. Two of the proposed entrances are going to be, one is going to be in the school zone area, which is backed up every single morning, taking kids to school. And the second one is going to be directly across from our entrance to Morningside Development, which is a nightmare to get out of sometimes. So as far as the traffic count, I'm not really sure what that study proposed as far as the traffic count, but I can tell you, living there, the traffic is a nightmare. Both those entrances that they're proposing there, one of them's right by Roosevelt, which is a four-way light intersection, which is backed up several cars. So there's not going to be able people to get out the one side. And like I said, the other one is going to be right where the school zone. The light is right there, and then the entrance is where they propose it, right after the school zone area. So afternoons, mornings, it's not going to be feasible. The second thing is the infrastructure for the school. I have a school that, I have a son that attends Lone Star Middle School. We tried to change one of his classes. I called in yesterday to change the class, and they said, hey, we're sorry, we can't change any classes. We have an additional 80-some students that we didn't even plan for. We're impacted. So that's coming from Lone Star Middle School. I asked them what their numbers are for attendance, and they didn't have all that data together. But the school itself is struggling just to maintain with the amount of students that they have in there right now. Not to mention the extra burden of an additional, 200 and some homes? An additional, 4 occupants probably per household, maybe 2 kids, maybe a quarter of that going to Lone Star Middle School. I just don't see it feasible. I don't know if there was a study conducted on the school zoning or school boundaries for that area with the amount of elementaries and middle schools and everything that's going to have to support that, but I just don't see that feasibility. Not to mention, there's additional houses that are going in by CBH, additional builders that are building right adjacent, right behind our area. So there's several homes that are going in addition to what we already have. I don't think the infrastructure is designed to really support that. And once again, like I said, living in that area, driving that area every single day, it's just the high density doesn't make sense. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cheryl Higley.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way here in Nampa. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The number one question tonight that I have is why? Why were these parcels ever designated as high-density residential on the future land use map in the comprehensive plan? Mayor Kling and several city council members asked the same question at the June 7th, 2021 public hearing to rezone the community business parcel to multifamily housing. They were quite concerned over the idea of high-density housing in the midst of existing low and medium density neighborhoods surrounding this property and how it did not seem compatible. Todd Lakey, the city attorney, stated that the map is a guide, not a guarantee. We have seen before where the city did not allow a property to be developed according to the future land use map when it did not make sense, as is the case here. A large portion of this property was already zoned community business back in 2017 for the previous owner. So why would the current comp plan approved in March 2020 designate it as high-density residential? Is it because the current owner requested it? As we discovered at the Spyglass Ridge public hearing on August 2nd, 2021, the property owner asked and was granted that her property be designated residential mixed use on the future land use map because it was the most advantageous for her to develop her property. Fortunately, this was denied due to incompatibility, and it was zoned RS7 instead. The incompatibility is evident in this case too, and we hope you will vote accordingly. The second question is, will any of the properties along Middleton Road, which are zoned for commercial business, ever be developed as such? Instead, we see commercial lots being converted to housing. Stevens Place at the corner of Middleton and Iowa, and Middleton Heights, formerly Sterling Commons, at the corner of Middleton and Lake Lowell are two recent examples. The staff report indicates that this development is reasonably necessary because it has services available nearby, including pads for future commercial enterprises that may find interest in the area as the population increases. At the rate these commercial pads, like this one, are being converted to housing, there will be none left in Southwest Nampa. Thank God for the neighborhood Walmart. But with all the growth that is happening, we are in desperate need of more businesses in our area. Even the RV and storage units of the existing 2017 development agreement would be welcome over additional housing, especially high-density housing, which will cause an even greater number of residents to drive further to obtain necessary goods and services, and will result in even more traffic and congestion and gridlock. Please, don't follow the example of California by cramming as many people as possible into small spaces and ruining the open rural feel of Southwest Nampa. There are many of us ex-Californians who have escaped that mess and are trying to spare you from making the same mistakes. Therefore, I urge you to recommend that the City Council deny this application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, Belinda McBurney.
Belinda McBurney, 1194 Iowa Avenue. And before you start my time, can I pass this letter out to you that I have?
You have to give it to Karen.
All right.
See there.
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Planning and Zoning members and Chairwoman Selman. First, I'd like to thank you, or we would, for your due diligent consideration and wisdom in denying the high density along the Middleton corridor thus far and approving single-family residential zoned for the surrounding neighborhoods. You do have a difficult job, and I thank you for your time when we fill this room. I'd like to first start, in the agenda packet, there was nothing about the impact on the schools. So what I've presented to you is a letter that this was from the Spyglass agenda packet of January 11th, 2022, presented to the P&Z Commission by Peter Jers, signed by Peter Jers from the Nampa School District. We do have concerns about the capacity at the schools at this time, which was Oahe, not Roosevelt, but I would think that the same applies. Since there is no impact letter from the Nampa schools, obviously it would be the last two schools noted in Mr. Jers' letter. Nothing would change from that January letter to this new development. I recently read that the town of Middleton opened having to put students in the halls and teachers' lounges to teach. So we do not have adequate schools to support this development. I also would like to address, we are getting our police staffing up and our fire staffing up, but we are still short. And if we continue to approve this high density and not get our police and staffing up, and at this point, we are funded for 144 police officers. And at this present time, we will have 133 with the recent new hires, but that should be in September. Also, fire. We are not considered right now at this time to be Metro Rural yet, so we are 25 to 30 short. The Nampa Fire Station on Roosevelt is just breaking ground. Possibly it will be completed by August 2023. That is the designated date that it is supposed to be done. However, with the shortages of labor and supplies, there is no guarantee. So at this point in time, this high density development just is not feasible for the infrastructure in that area. A major concern would be that school and the safety of the students getting to the school. With 1,425 traffic trips in conjunction with all of the traffic that is going through there now, it's already bad. We don't want to see any of our children injured or killed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, and then doesn't want to speak, Ron Sanders. Got you on the record. And then Jeremy Vanderpool.
Actually, can I say something?
You can come up and speak. Just give us your name and address for the record. And
All right. Jeremy Vanderpool, 2398 West Coneflower. I have two questions and then one comment. Someone mentioned about people driving all the way across town to hit a different entrance on the freeway. I'm actually one of those people, so it's not just a random comment. I do it. But I'm curious on, the madam over here said that there was lots of high-density areas already around us. I know there's a couple of duplexes across from Roosevelt School, but I can't think of anything else. And so I'm just curious what those are. And then the other question is, how many students do we already have per classroom? My wife used to be a teacher. I went to NNU, and so I was well connected with all the students there. And NNU is known for putting teachers in the valley, so I'm well connected in that. And I already know that they already have a ton of students per classroom, and there's already a problem getting teachers in the doors. And so if they're being recommended that, yeah, we can have more students, okay, you could have 30, 40 students per classroom. What's the goal of that? That's the goal to get more funding. That's for the school to get more money. So it's all driven by money as well. So I'm just curious if you guys know those numbers. Okay, thank you.
thank you. Okay, and Shelby Vanderpool, you're on the record as against. Do you want to speak? Okay. Okay, and then we have Mariah Kupos. Okay, and you're on the record as against. And, oh, okay. You said you didn't want to, but awesome. We can change your mind.
Mariah Campos, 633 South Lancaster Drive. So where the information about the crime going down or the percentages going down, that is not true. I've lived in my dwelling for only 2 years, and since then we have seen multiple incidences where the police have been called, and at that point you have to question, you know, is my child allowed to play out front in the yard, even if I'm out there? You know, this is Idaho, you are allowed to have a weapon on you, but I shouldn't have to walk outside my home in the front yard and wonder, is there a felon that I don't know about fence hopping like there was last week? Also, being young, there is a benefit of going to Nampa High School and these other schools surrounding this area. And the children that would go to these schools, they have outdated books. When I was in a class 3 years ago, we were having 30 students in each classroom. And I feel that with my ability to be educated, there was no availability for any more students in the classroom, and students not having desks. So there is many more things that Nampa needs to maximize infrastructure-wise and taking care of their schools and the families that they have, and homeless, they'll be coming soon, that they have, before allowing more bigger cities to come in and other people coming in. Also, with this new dwelling being across from the school and the school already being at capacity, this is going to bring problems for the children that have to walk, you know, being outside the school. There's going to be more accidents. And like Belinda has said, hopefully our children aren't hurt or killed or in a bus accident, not even a block away from the school. That is ridiculous. I have to say that the stoplights that were put up on Midland and Lake Lowell intersection was such a blessing, but how many years did it take for us to get that? How many years were we without a light post? So I wanted to end there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to just say Stefanovic, yeah. Yeah, you didn't want me to butcher your name. I apologize.
It's okay. Good evening. My name is Slobodan Stevanovic, and I live on 11244 West Rosette Drive. And I'm against this project. I think that it's too high density for the area. And when she was mentioning that there is some surrounding areas with a high density, it's closer to Catcher Road, the only place that I know. And everything from there, it's mostly like a single family homes and lower density. Also, when people were mentioning like a Walmart, there is no Walmart. It's neighborhood Walmart. So that's size of the store cannot handle already what's there. So I pass by at nighttime and I see a parking lot when the store is closed because people are overstocking, restocking everything what it's needed. So I don't think that store can handle that's what's already there, but adding another 200-300 buildings or units, it's too much, I think. Also, it was mentioned earlier that there is parks around there. Most of the parks that I know in the area are like HOA community parks, and it was mentioned on this one that Roswell Park, it's close by. I live close by, and I was passing by on Lancaster, and so on that park it says only people of that community can use the park. So it's not public park, it's like a HOA park. Also, the traffic, most of the people mentioned the traffic, and what the lady also, when she was presenting, how I understood it, there is no way from people to get out of that community except with cars, because there is no pathways north-south now. And looking at the kids, they're trying to put the crossing to go across the Middleton Road. Many times on the stop signs that are on the Lake Lowell and Middleton, I made sure to stop because it happened more than 5 times that people didn't stop and they just went through. So that's something like that. It's going to happen in front of the school when people are crossing. So hopefully nobody gets hurt. Also, somebody mentioned that the usage of water and sewer will be kind of increased, and more beneficial. I don't know for the rest of you guys, if you guys are checking the bills, but currently the sewer price, it's more than the water and trash together. So I don't know, with all the other buildings coming up, hopefully the sewer price will go down. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Pauline. Stanczyk, thank you. And you're on the record as against. And then Trista Logan, also on the record as against. Okay, then I have a couple people that are in the undecided categories. Oh, goodness. Heidman is the last name on Coneflower Court. Can't quite read your handwriting.
That's all right. I'm an educator. My name is Greg Heideman. Not only do I live in the area of this development, I am also the principal of Lone Star Middle School. I have been there for the past 15 years. I helped open the building in 2008. I do not oppose appropriate housing for students and families of Nampa. We know that we need that. My concerns when I do look at the plat that has been provided is three main areas. I am concerned about students being able to cross a very busy street, which leads into also the traffic. Anyone who has tried to go through that intersection at 7 o'clock in the morning knows that the number of vehicles that are dropping off students makes it very difficult, even with a stoplight. And so adding additional parking or adding additional traffic is a concern from a school safety end with students who are also potentially trying to cross. One thing I do as a principal, and just from knowledge sake, Lone Star Middle School is within the top 20% in the state of population for students. So where we are at, there's 120 middle schools in Idaho. We are in the top 20% in regards to student population. So with that, adding additional students, I've heard some concerns about capacity. Our average class sizes are about 30. I said 20. They're approximately 30. I would love to have 20. But with that, we also know that we, from a safety standpoint, are always looking at where the growth is. Lone Star used to be a rural school, right? And so now we are seeing this growth around it. And so because of that growth around it, we do take safety very seriously, not only with Sonata Point behind us, but with the property across from us. The stoplight did increase our opportunities to service families and students who are crossing, but it also, when I do look at the proposed, I am concerned that there is not a sidewalk that goes all the way to Lone Star so that students can cross appropriately. There will be no way to put a crosswalk across Middleton. That would impact traffic too much, especially with what the design for Middleton being a primary artery is right now. In terms of also just infrastructure, just thinking from a planning and zoning standpoint, there needs to continue to be sidewalks up north of Middleton Road to support students who are walking to school. So I do have some safety concerns for students, and as a principal, my primary concern is safety, to make sure that students can appropriately get to school in a safe manner. I am concerned about traffic. And so I would be more than willing to meet with the developer if they would like to ask some specific questions on how we can, maybe work through that. But with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I'm available for any questions.
I have a question, if I may. The letter that was handed out, it says that the children from these homes will attend the following schools, and it says Owyhee Elementary. What happened to Roosevelt Elementary?
It's Roosevelt.
So
Yeah,
they
the
just made a
boundary is
mistake.
Roosevelt.
No, this letter doesn't apply to this project.
That was from a previous.
That's a previous.
Oh, it's a previous project, okay, okay. So what's
Yep.
the condition that Roosevelt is?
Roosevelt, I believe, is the second largest elementary in Nampa. I'd have to double check. I believe Willow Creek, which is up the road,
Do you know what the
is.
capacity level is there? I mean, they used to have a outbuilding, but I think they took it away.
Yeah, I do not currently at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Can I answer any other questions for you?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, Dustin, and your last name starts with a Y, but I'm not even going to try.
I appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I'm at 13746 South Grable Street. I live in the
Give us your name.
Dustin Yankovic, sorry.
Thank you.
And I live in the Morningside subdivision that is directly across from this. And I appreciate that you are, trying to fill in those areas as opposed to, I appreciated the comment about the outgrowth out of the city. I appreciate that we're trying to infill first. I am concerned about traffic. That's really the biggest concern. I mean, you said it yourself that Middleton is a major artery, and we're looking at 1,000 more cars per day. And just from, sir, if you live in that area, you get out at drop-off time, you get out at pickup time, and that traffic right now, without any extra development, is significant, very significant. And I'm just concerned that adding this development is going to greatly increase that traffic. The biggest issue for me is you only have one lane going north on Middleton Road. And I'm not hearing anything in the traffic issue of saying we're going to add an additional lane that runs across, through that part. It concerns me a lot if you're just going to have one lane there and that's it.
You got our traffic guy over here, we'll ask him for you.
And I'm also concerned with, it's great that Walmart is there. And sir, right, if you've been to Walmart, it is packed and it doesn't matter what time of day you go. We really do need more zoning for business infrastructure in that area. And I'm concerned that we lock it up with residential. It's tough to have those businesses. And I'm grateful that south of that, there is more business zoning there. And I believe on the north part of the Walmart, that's zoned business. But just think about the traffic for the future. That's my concern, is that we're not going to add another lane that's only going to have one lane going north. How do you add another lane after the development is already put into place? We're talking about adding 205 more units, and the Morningside subdivision is 116 homes. That's a 77% increase just in that immediate area. Also talk just about this high density stuff. The nearest one that, just looking at Google Maps with that apartment complexes is down on Flamingo and Middleton. That immediate area is houses. It's low density housing. So I don't know that I really agree that the high density fits with what's immediately there. That's all I got. Thank you. I appreciate you and all you do.
Okay, Jan King.
My name is Jan King, 11122 West Aldbury Avenue in the Morningside subdivision directly across from this proposed development. Actually came here with just one question tonight, but it's kind of, some of these folks have generated other questions. Actually, as you approach the Lone Star crossways, the Lone Star Street, traveling south, it does go into 2 lanes. And it continues on that way, all the way down past the Walmart. My concern is the speed limit. The speed limit rises to 45 in that stretch, whereas north of Lone Star, it's 35 miles an hour. And those cars come screaming down that roadway very fast. If it's posted as 45, you can pretty well guess that somebody's going to be going over that. They're going to be pushing that to get to that light. And the traffic stacks up there pretty quickly. So that is a concern. And I would hope that speed limit would be reduced to be more consistent with what's going on there, with the traffic there, and continuing the speed limit that is north of Lone Star. As a retired former educator, my experience has been that, pardon me, any classroom with more than 25 students is not much more than traffic control. I have many neighbors and friends who are school teachers who have classrooms with 30-plus students in them. So that is, I just want to clarify that I know from personal experience what it is like to be in a classroom when you're trying to actually teach something of value to these students. I appreciate your time and letting me speak to my concerns tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's everybody who signed up to speak. Is there anybody present that would like to speak for this proposal?
That was a trick question.
Is there anybody that would like to speak against this proposal? Okay, you can come on up and give us your name and address for the record.
Hi there, my name is Michelle Hickey. I live at 1121 North Benoit Street here in Napa. I actually don't live in this area, but my daughter does live in this area. Some things that she has mentioned to me is the fact that they do already have water issues where they're only allowed to water on certain days or they get turned off. They've had power issues in those areas. My concern not living in that area is I live off Midland, and sometimes I have to go down a canal just to get out of my area. I live in Comstock Acres, and the traffic has increased so badly on Midland alone. And where does all that traffic come from? Further down the road. So these new residents here, how are they going to get to the freeway? They're going to go down Middleton or they can come down Midland. We do not have the infrastructure. We have not had the infrastructure for years. Back when Mercy was a thing, they were talking about extending the freeway out to that area so we all had better access to the freeway. What happened? If you guys want to build this area, and Steve, you're right, no, we don't want it bigger. We are in Idaho because this is a rural area. We love it. We love our mountains. We love our open fields. We don't want California. We don't want Florida. We want our Idaho. We want it to stay the way it is now, or the way it was 10 years ago. But if you are going to be insistent on expanding this area, fix the infrastructure first, because we're going to end up killing people. People are going to end up getting hurt because we don't have the infrastructure. People are getting impatient. Road rage. Everywhere, everywhere. I spoke with an officer the other night. Was it Sunday night at my work? I asked him, I live in this area. It's a quiet area. What do you think about it? Oh, that's one of the worst areas. You're lucky you don't hear it. So don't tell me crime has gone down. I work in an emergency room. I see what comes in. I hear what's going on. Crime has not gone down. It's just not reported all the time. Sorry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please. Is there anybody else that would like to speak against?
Good.
Yes.
My name is Bo Bonds, 8080 East Drinkard Lane. I'm actually here to speak about some other project, but the common denominator is infrastructure. It's roads and the lack of roads. I don't understand, 15, 20 years ago when this first boom came in, we didn't demand builders chip in on building 4-lane roads. All these county roads that are gridded all over the outskirts, why don't we mandate they become 4-lane roads before we develop? That's a question that just, it boggles my mind. Why don't we do that? I was in Glendale, Arizona. They do that there. All those grids, all the 1-mile grid county roads, before they develop, they're 6-lane roads. They're 4-lane roads minimum, and then they develop. We're putting the cart before the horse. It's a problem all over the valley. It's a problem here in this town. Traffic's worse here than it is on the Boise bench. I work in Boise. I'd rather do my grocery shopping in Boise because I can actually get around. It's impossible to get across town. I live north of town, and we're 7 miles to the closest grocery store. And there's all these neighborhoods getting built there too. No infrastructure, no roads, no stoplights, no nothing. So the citizens are suffering at the cost. The builders are making the money. We're suffering. It's impossible for citizens. You got to understand our frustration. You know, Steve, I hope you understand what we're saying.
Believe me, I do.
Because I'm not getting that feeling. So we're sick and we're tired of it, okay? And we just want to have our council represent us. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody that would like to speak against or undecided?
Hi, my name's Dusty Coates. I live at 8300 Highway 2026, Nampa, Idaho. I'm not here for this project tonight, but the biggest concern to me is the north side of Middleton Road hasn't been updated since the 40s. If anybody has drove down through there, they would understand the railroad tracks will rip your whole front bumper off your car if you hit it at the speed limit sign. We have to fix this before you can allow any more stuff to happen. It just gets to be a joke at this point. We need to update our roads and our safety first and then move forward with subdivisions. I'm actually in the building business. I'm for it. I'm not for this, though. Infrastructure's first, property second.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to testify? Okay, can we get the applicant to come back up here and, huh? Come on.
Christy, can you change it to the, thank you. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions. To answer Commissioner Kehoe's question about the neighborhood meeting, we did consult with the planning staff about doing some type of a Zoom meeting due to COVID. The staff indicated to us that based on the code that we had to have an in-person meeting. The day we held the meeting, it was a beautiful, sunny, warmest February day, and I thanked God for it. And the neighbors walked across from the subdivision to the west, and so it was sunny, it was warm, it was outside, but it was safe.
Excuse me, on that note, did you hold any subsequent neighborhood meetings or just that one?
No, sir,
Okay.
just the one.
Thanks.
We had approximately 10 people.
Thank you.
And I did list their comments, provided the list to the
Yeah, we
city
got that.
staff.
I was just wondering if there's any subsequent meetings.
No, sir.
Follow-up. All right,
Did
thank
not.
you.
I'll try to kind of address some of the questions. As Christie indicated, this particular piece of property is an infill parcel. That's what enclave means, that the city limits are almost surrounding this property or close thereto. 80% of it, the properties around it are developed. That's kind of the definition of an infill. This particular property is intended to sewer to the existing sewer mains, to be serviced by the existing water mains and the pressurized irrigation system. all the information that has been provided by your public works staff is that this property was always planned to develop and that serviceability and capacity exists to serve it. Now, when we're looking at this from a planning perspective, and I've been a planner in the Treasure Valley for 32 years, I'm a native Idahoan. When I started, Meridian had population 9,000 people. And so we, as native Idahoans, have seen this growth explode, and it has impacted all of us. I mean, I was on the freeway, I had 2 minutes to spare to get in here. I get it. I'm not oblivious to the impact that the growth is having on all of us. But when we're looking at developments, we have to look at what our comprehensive plans and our comprehensive plan map, land use maps state. They are a guiding document. They are not set in stone. They may be changed, but they are what is used to determine if a project is appropriate in a particular area or not. This particular piece of property is designated high-density residential. High-density residential is apartments with, up to 20 units per acre or more. This particular project that's before you is what I would call medium-density residential. If you look at other jurisdictions, even your code, when you talk medium-density residential, it's like up to 8, up to 9. The Meridian is 3 to 8 for medium-density residential. So this particular project, with a gross density of 7.01 dwelling units per acre, is what I consider a medium-density residential project. The other thing we have to look at from a planning perspective is diversity. If everything out here is single-family dwellings, and it's all RS 8.5, RS 7, RS 6, then you're not going to get the diversity that's planned for in your comp plan that's stated that brings in those commercial big box users. They don't go out to these suburbs until densities reach a certain point. And that's what brings in the commercial. Right now, you're seeing that the commercial is starting to take place, the office, the retail. We're not displacing commercial. The commercial node of the 6 acres at the intersection that was always intended to be a commercial node to serve this area is being preserved. It is not part of this application. And we are building the collector to serve it, and we'll have interconnectivity down to Roosevelt through that project also. As far as the traffic, a traffic study was done. Your staff and Compass determines what that model looks like. 8 intersections were studied. Based on that traffic study that was analyzed by your traffic engineering consultants, was that capacity exists within this area to serve this project. And keep in mind, this project isn't built instantly. There's typically 4 phases. And with things slow down, our phases get smaller. So it's incremental as these projects build out. Everyone always thinks it's 205 units instantly, and we're going to have 1,400 cars in next year. That's just not the way it works. This project is intended to build out through 2025, and if we see a significant slowdown, it will take even longer. One of the other issues is about development paying their fair share. I agree 100%. I just got an email today which indicates that the city of Nampa has raised their impact fees for townhomes, single family, fourplexes. This particular project will generate $1.4 million in impact fees. Those have to be paid at building permit. So as they pull a permit, Each single-family dwelling, each townhome gets hit with $7,352 a unit. Each fourplex unit has to pay $6,159 per unit, not per building. So this particular project is going to pay its fair share. We're also going to make some improvements and enhance the turn lane, the southbound turn lanes for the school and for the Middlebury subdivision across the street. I have no qualms meeting with the school district. School safety is #1 in my book. I've done Mountain View High School, 2 middle schools in West Ada, 5 elementaries. I've done neighborhood parks, community parks, and projects that were 1,000 acres. And we try to do everything we can to make sure that we have safe route to schools. And if there's a gap in that sidewalk, and the principal's correct, we don't want kids, a hawk there is not appropriate. We want the kids to go up to the intersection at Lone Star and Middleton Road and safely cross with the pedestrian. My client has agreed to build that sidewalk. I just need that property owner and maybe Daniel to go with me to help get an easement, whatever that will give
Becky,
us. And Daniel, go ahead,
With
Daniel.
the sidewalk, or with the intersection project that was completed last year, sidewalk is to your northern boundary. So you will just have to connect to that sidewalk, and then there will be continuous sidewalk to the intersection.
So that problem has been solved?
Yes.
There. So that's one thing, but you know, we're gonna be building a 10-foot sidewalk, so that will, you know, allow bicycles, the little scooter things, and pedestrians. We have a really good project here that provides a mixture of uses. Not every family can afford a single-family dwelling. And some families don't have any children. And a lot of empty nesters like the townhomes. They like them because their yards are minimal, their maintenance is minimal, and it fits in their price range. And obviously, price point is significant. And with the rising interest rates, we as a development community are having to do more to make sure that we have well-balanced projects. If this was a single project of just apartments, I would expect this body to recommend denial, because I don't think that's appropriate here. That's not what the vision is along this corridor. The vision along this corridor is that we have commercial transition to some townhomes. They're 3 to 4 units per building. I've showed you the elevations. They're in your packet. We are making a significant commitment to do all the improvements, pay our impact fees, and build amenities that will make this a neighborhood and a community. And that's what's really, really important, that we're not just building another subdivision. And I've seen this area. I did Carriage Hill. I did Carriage Hill West for Toll Brothers. And I mean, it was like there was not much out there. And now this area is, wow, it's totally changed. And it's really blossoming. But with the blossoming, there is pain. And I agree that we need to be proactive and widen these arterials and utilize our dollars and our planning wisely. Is this project too high density? I don't believe so. We've heard it time and time and time again. I'm 7.01 dwelling units per acre. That is not high density. Someone mentioned, well, I'd rather have mini storage. Well, you have mini storage, well, that doesn't generate the tax dollars. That doesn't make for a good interconnectivity between neighborhoods. The distance between my townhomes and the single-family dwellings to the west, if you go to my last slide, Christy. As you can see, from the rear of my townhomes to the existing homes on the west side of Middleton Road is between 180 and 200 feet from their home to the rear of our proposed homes. The homes over on Lancaster, they're all tucked up against Lancaster. As you can see, the dimension there is 380 to 400 feet. This particular property, because it's surrounded by the Wilson and Orr Drain, is a pocket. And it's a pocket that allows us, from a planning perspective, to provide some variety in housing. And that's what our whole intent is in planning, is providing homes for different lifestyles, different incomes, so we have a balanced community. And I guess I would ask that the commission consider this residential is compatible with residential. That is a planning principle. Now, if I was putting a 4-story multifamily building, I would say that would not be compatible with the existing single family that's around us. One gentleman said, I don't know of any multifamily. Well, there is some multifamily. Brassy Cove Apartments. You've got Nampa Fire Station number 4. If you look at your agencies, your own internal agencies, they have all said, we have the capacity, we have the facilities, we have the staff to support this project. And from a cost perspective, it's going to cost the city a lot more to reach out and go further north or further west than to provide services to an infill parcel. That's just the reality, because all the services are there. This is a nice project, and I ask that the commission consider it and give us an opportunity to help make some improvements in this area and do what we can and be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Got a quick question. Whenever that's appropriate, Madam Chair.
You can ask.
Okay. So you mentioned a couple of times a well-balanced project, and so when I'm looking at this project, I see townhomes, I see other, but then I see 6 single-family homes there. How, and please explain it, I guess, how is that balanced in this particular project when there's only 6 single-family homes and all the other ones are not? Should there be more balance, I guess is what my question is.
So one of the things with this particular piece of property is due to the drains, due to the right-of-way, there's only a certain amount of developable area within the project. And we have to have a certain density in order to build the amenities, such as the pool facilities, the clubhouse, the fitness rooms, the playgrounds, the pickleball courts, the pathways. You start dropping the density down and just doing significantly single family, then you can't afford to do all of the amenities that are integral to this community. And if you look percentage-wise, you asked percentage-wise, I basically have 5% single family.
I didn't ask about percentage. My question, though, along with what you just said, if half of that, for example, was single-family homes, why would there need to be all the amenities that you're trying to put in there now? And again, it goes back to that well-balancing. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that.
Sure.
Well,
So
cost prohibitive, I mean, I get that.
When you look at the shape of the property, look at the configuration, we have limitations. We have the 2 drains. Those drains consume a significant amount of area. And the right-of-way consumes a significant amount of area. We have 33.43% of this project that's open space. And if you cut the density down and you cut down the amenities, then it becomes just another subdivision. And then you don't get the impact fees that will pay for the improvements that are necessary to help a particular area that is nearing build-out and needs upgrade. $1.4 million goes a long way. We cut this down to just all single-family dwellings, then you're going to be cutting that down significantly.
Yeah, I understand the cost, and I understand the money and the impact fees and that stuff, that's a part of any project, really. And I get the infrastructure and the cart before the horse and all that, and that comes up all the time. We hear that all the time. You can't build infrastructure until you have the money there to build it, and that money comes from, so we know where that comes from. But anyways, I appreciate your comments on my question, or the response about the well-balanced project. That's all I had for.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
Yes.
For staff?
Mhm.
Did you say yes?
I said yes.
Okay.
I think we should hear from Daniel about the traffic.
that's what I
and-
Okay. All right, Daniel.
He's
come on.
first on my list.
Thank you.
Have you got your bulletproof vest on?
Are we still open public?
We can close it after this.
Okay.
Daniel, my first question, the comment was made that going southbound, you have 2 lanes, going northbound, you have 1 lane. And once this gets built, you'll never be able to build the other lane. Can you address that issue?
That's certainly not the case, that once this is built, we would not be able to build the
I was
other
hoping that was
lane.
the answer. Now tell me how you can do that.
So with the annexation of this property, they will have to dedicate right-of-way that would facilitate the ability for the city to come back in the future as it's needed to widen that roadway. As we look at those intersections, and that intersection obviously was just completed within the last year or so, we have our adopted levels of service that dictate what the delay an acceptable delay at the intersections are. The traffic study has evaluated this area and looked at what the proposed traffic generated from this development will do to that intersection, and it remains within the city's adopted level of service. The ability to have that right-of-way dedicated with this annexation, that reduces costs for those future improvements as well, that make them more likely to happen sooner. Unlike over in ACHD, they have a different funding ability because they are a county-wide highway district. Their funding opportunities are somewhat different than ours based on state code. And so we are continually looking at our streets funding. Becky is correct. The state's funding codes for transportation improvements are not set up so that we could go and build roads before the developments get there. That's not how the legislature and the state statutes are set up. We all wish it were, but that's not. The only way we could do that is to place that burden on the existing tax base to do that. So that's not what council has chosen to do. They've chosen to implement the impact fees so that as developments come in, we collect fees and are able to make those improvements after the developments come in.
Which intersection do you think will have a greater impact? Middleton and Lone Star or Middleton and Roosevelt?
Both intersections were evaluated in the traffic impact study, and both intersections operate within that acceptable level of service that the city has set.
Which has a greater impact, do you think, though? Which one will be getting more traffic, Roosevelt or Lone Star?
You know, I haven't looked at the traffic impact study specifically for that. I would anticipate that with the location here and I would anticipate Lone Star will be a little bit more, but probably not significant.
Roosevelt would be.
Yeah.
That's my guess too. All right. Thank you.
Just quick follow-up on the, there was I can't remember who made this comment, but 8 intersections that were studied in the traffic impact study, I think you had mentioned this. Do you know which ones those were?
Generally, they are, on a project this side, they're each intersection that's adjacent to, so they're side accesses, the 2 adjacent on either direction, and then we typically, on something this way, it would be a half mile to a mile around the project would be the evaluated
Okay,
intersections.
I was thinking like comps for real estate, like just like all over there.
No, we look at the,
Similar intersection over on the other side of Nampa, how does that one work?
no, these are specific intersections that are affected by the project.
Okay, because then I was thinking with that intersection, did that intersection that was studied have a school at it? You know, that's what I was thinking, was those kinds of.
Yes,
Comparables.
these would be the intersections, the ones that are actually right there.
Okay, makes more sense.
Daniel, there was a comment made about Middleton Road going north, where you choke back down at Lone Star. From Lone Star going north, is there a plan to widen that farther to go to Lanes East direction like there is in that area?
So that is part of our impact fee capital improvement plan. It's not something, we have designed the portion down to Flamingo currently. We've done design and are working on right-of-way acquisition. And so there's that project, and then as we go, we'll march farther south. So do I have design for that today? No, but it is coming.
Comment on the water issues for watering. That's the first time I'd heard that, and I didn't know if that was something just in that specific locale or.
I will say that the city has not, that is not a city dictated, we have not dictated that on the city's irrigation system.
Okay.
So I'm not
Might be an
aware.
HOA, might be an HOA thing. or-
Possibly.
Our HOA does that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, all right.
Any other questions for Daniel?
Okay, I think that's all I got.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
I'll make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed.
Well, since no one else is speaking up, I'll start. I kind of wish we could cut this into two different things. I don't like the idea of losing the commercial zoning in this area. I think it was well said that we keep losing commercial in this area to residential. I actually don't mind the apartments that are on the northern part of this lot, and the single family part's so small, it's not, I don't know, I also don't have a problem with that, but to lose the commercial part and put in that many townhomes, I don't know, seems like the wrong direction for what we're trying to do in this part of town. I'm sorry. I mumble when I don't know what I'm really talking about. My only reservation with that is if we don't put in the townhomes, we're just gonna put in storage units, which I don't like either.
And if I could play devil's advocate, I guess, to what you're talking about, a half a mile away at Lake Lowell in Middleton, that was developed 15 years ago with commercial. That's where the gym went to, that's where a new daycare just came in. 15 years, it's been sitting there empty. We need to have the homes, the people, to use the things that we're gonna build for those. It's another one of these cart before the horse type things. Nobody wanted to build any of those commercial buildings because there wasn't enough people out there to use them. Walmart took a huge leap of faith that people would come to that corner, that intersection, which they have. And now it's starting to develop. We're not losing anything. We're just finally filling in the commercial that we planned for, or the city planned for 20 years ago. It just takes that long. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not
Well,
saying.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, they are losing some commercial because they're taking some of the commercial and changing the zone.
Storage unit, with the city said they don't want any more storage units.
Yeah, that's the big problem. I wish that DA wasn't there.
I think that, like Steve's saying, if you want the commercial to come, it boils down to population density, right? We need more people.
Well, we have a lot
It's-
more people out there than we did 20 years ago.
Sure, but
I mean,
commercial's still not catching up to it, right? So
Well,
what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to argue with you, Drew, I'm just, these are the thoughts that I'm having, right, is
Don't
that,
argue, we just discuss.
huh? We just discussed.
Deliberate.
That this is a better way of accumulating and bringing in people in a denser way so that you're not taking away from the commercial property that's there, right? You're gonna put more people on a smaller parcel so that you bring more people in to bring in the commercial after that, you know? And I think as much as you all don't want this to happen, Becky was right in that it's a very isolated parcel because there's so much separation all around on every side that you put those people in. And if you look at the rendering of the site where they show the landscaping, you're gonna have tree buffers all along that side of the property. You know, so it's gonna be obscured from Middleton Road. And thinking about, when we talk about the traffic, right? Everybody hates the traffic. I hate the traffic. I live right by this, right? And traffic is bad all over the valley. And we say, okay, well, let's take care of the infrastructure first. Well, how would we take care of the infrastructure? We would add more lanes, which would bring more traffic. And here you're talking about how we're worried about the children being able to cross. But at the same time, we're saying we need wider and faster roads to get the traffic around, right? And so there's almost never a one-size-fits-all solution. And I think everybody wants to stop the building. Just leave the people out. Californians, stay away. We want to stop the building because we love our valley the way it is. But what are the chances of that? And so when we sit up here and we deliberate, we're trying to find the best possible solution so that developers can develop and that people are the least impacted as possible. But I think the biggest gripe that everybody has is traffic. And we need, because of, like Daniel said, if we want to fix the traffic, we need to develop so that we can get the impact fees that we need to fix the roads. And he said that that comes from the state statute. And so there's not a lot, the city's kind of hogtied in what they can do, and this is what they can do. And so we're trying to figure it out. And like I say, I think, you know, as far as trying to find places to put density, this is a pretty good spot to put it because it's very isolated. Now, it's going to bring traffic, we know that, but lots of stuff brings traffic. And we want the commercial there. I live right there. I'd like to have more options so I don't have to go out to the marketplace where everybody else in the valley goes, right? That stinks. And so let's get some commercial out there. Well, if we're going to attract the commercial, we need density. We need people.
So you want to get rid of a commercial zoned area?
A part of one,
Yeah, it's only part of it.
only a part of it.
More than half.
That whole corner down there, still 6 acres, I think she said.
Yeah, and it's getting developed as commercial, so obviously they're seeing an opportunity there that wasn't there 20 years ago.
Yep. Anyway, those are my thoughts. So.
So I'll chime in here on the infill piece. We've got a comprehensive plan. I know that's a guide, and I agree with Ms. McKay when she says it's on the lower density side of our high density designation. So from a planning standpoint, we're providing, or the developer seems to be providing a diverse range of housing and, you know, the single family transitioning to the townhomes. I mean, townhome is almost a single family development. It's just a different type, right? And, you know, as soon as my kids are out of my house, hopefully I'll find a townhome somewhere in the city. But, so I think it's a good mix of housing types. We're preserving BC on the south. It's almost 6 acres. I'd rather see a 6-acre parcel there than a deep, narrow 10 or 12 acre parcel, because they're gonna have planning challenges developing that as commercial. Just laying my thoughts out here on the traffic. I agree. I drive in Ada County and I live in Canyon County, but I drive to Ada County every day to work. And their roads are better, and Daniel's right, they're funded differently. I wish there was something we could do about that, and hope the city would work on that to change how we fund our infrastructure. But with the impact fee program and raising the impact fees, we're making strides to get there, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time for that to change, and it takes development for that to happen with the way we're structured. So my only reservation on this project is the timing. But the only way we're going to fix the traffic problem is to
Have the money.
have developments like this that are going to pay a pretty high rate of impact fee. So I'm about, I'm leaning toward approval on this project. Or I can't approve it myself, but recommend approval to city council's the decision body, so.
I got a little different approach. I do appreciate and I understand all the comments that have been made, and, it sucks that we kind of have to depend on the way that the impact fee structure and all that is set up, because I remember down in Salt Lake, when they built all those freeways to nowhere, and then growth happened because there was a way to get around. That's just not how we do things here in this area. But a little bit different, and I am struggling with this one a little bit, because I don't know where this tipping point is, but I can feel it in the room that there's a lot of people here at that point. And I've mentioned this before in some other projects that have come up before us, and that is the quality of life. I mean, at what point do we cast that aside for the almighty dollar? And I can't believe I'm saying this, because I'm such a free market and capitalist kind of a guy. But I mean, honestly, there's been so much growth and so quick that we haven't had a chance to catch our breath. I mean, and I would like this project a lot more if there was more of a balance with the single-family homes and maybe some townhomes and then the commercial. Just to lower the density, I'm a little freaked out about all those kids at Lone Star crossing that road. And it doesn't matter how much mitigation we put in to crosswalks and everything else, it's only a matter of time. And that scares the dickens out of me. But I do think about, I live on the other side of town, and we're not experiencing this growth because we're right up against the county. Happy Valley is the county line, and so we're not experiencing the growth over there. It's all kind of focused over here and up north. And so I just, it's hard for me, because you can't build higher capacity roads without the impact fees, without the money. It's true, commercial follows residential. I don't anticipate any big box stores other than that neighborhood market Walmart, which I don't think Walmart ever does anything with a leap of faith. They have it planned. They've got it planned out. They got people everywhere. They know what's going on. But I don't see really any additional box stores over there. I'd love to see little commercial areas like there at Fall River, where they have just kind of a nice little, almost hidden kind of a strip mall with coffee shops, things like that. And that's what I envision for this corner, because it will become such a major corner there. But the other major intersections, other than at 12th Avenue and Lake Lowell, there's not a whole lot of, it's just, I go back to those kids at that, and, we talk about traffic. All right, I'll talk about traffic. 9 months out of the year, we got buses that are fighting to get into that school and drop kids off, then fighting to get out. And the people that they're fighting against is everyone else who's going to work at the same time. And so, I was looking through this packet, and I may have missed it, I don't know, but I didn't see that traffic study. I saw bits and pieces of it, but I didn't see the actual traffic study. Was it in there? I don't know. That's what I was
Their
looking
summary of it was. Yeah.
Summaries and stuff. I was a little bit shocked to hear an additional 1,000+ cars trips a day. And then just looking at the parking in this area, I mean, that's almost 700 cars. on that intersection. I can't get over that. That just really bothers me. That's what I'm struggling with, because I know that we need housing. That was the other thing I was gonna ask. I'm not sure, staff, if you know this or not, but where are we at when it comes to need in this community for more housing? As the market starts to slow down a little bit, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit more, but as the market starts to slow down, are we still at a breakneck pace to provide housing for?
We're still
community, with everything else that's
extremely,
going on.
we're still extremely low in the Treasure Valley with the amount of people that are still moving this way. We're still,
Treasure Valley, but what about, do you know anything, I mean, as far as Nampa is concerned?
actually Napa is not that far behind Boise and Meridian on prices anymore. We're getting very close, about $100,000 difference. But we are still, it is shifting for anybody that does real estate. It is shifting. It's still a little bit of a seller's market, not much, but it is because of the, but everywhere across the country, we've been underbuilt for years, and we're still millions of homes short for the amount of people, just the growth in population and everything else. But there is still a lot of people looking and coming this way from other places.
Yeah.
But we're still extremely short.
And I appreciate that. One of the other things I think about quite often is the planning versus the reality. And yes, we have a comprehensive plan, and we're required to have one, and there's a reason for it, and it is a guide. We completely understand that all the time. And I've mentioned this before with other projects too, is there is a difference, and it's probably a huge disconnect between the planning and then the reality. When you're getting out there and you're sitting, what's an acceptable wait time? I heard staff mention that. What's an acceptable wait time at a traffic light? Well, it depends on whether you're going to work or coming home from work is the acceptable wait time. Depends on if you're headed to the lake or you're coming home from the lake. I don't know, but see, those numbers come from studies. Those numbers come from like antiseptic type of things for me, and they're not ask the person, go out there and ask the people, what's an acceptable wait time for you at the intersection of, well, I could bet you everybody in this room would say that's not acceptable, but does that match what the science, if you will, or the studies and everything else say? Because I always struggle trying to put those two together, the planning versus the reality. But it comes back to quality of life. The reality is, I think higher density in this particular location will reduce the quality of life for folks living around that area, for the students who attend that school, and really anybody who drives through that intersection. So right now, I'm leaning towards opposing this. Someone could change. I don't need anyone to applaud. I'm just trying to, in fact, my thoughts may not even make sense unless somebody can change my mind.
Quality of life for who is the other thing too, because my brothers can't move back home because they can't afford a place, you know.
That might be a good thing.
Yeah, it might be a good thing. I don't know. But you know, we got family that move out, go to school, get a job, can't come home because we don't have a mix of affordable housing. I think I'm still against this, but it's not because of the
This isn't
high-density
affordable housing. Affordable housing
Right.
doesn't have anything to do with what this project is
Well,
going. That's just a market thing.
but you can, I don't know, you can afford a townhome before you can afford a single-family home on a quarter acre.
And I'm not disagreeing with that at all. And I'm just saying for this particular location it's the timing, we look at the conclusions of law when we're looking at annexation, and that's where we have some flexibility. That's what I'm looking at is timing and location. Is it appropriate for this particular spot in this project?
And we need the gallery to remain quiet.
No, I can't hear myself.
We need to be able to hear the recording, and this is our time to discuss. You guys have had your time, so please. Thank you. Anything else, Jeff?
Oh, no, I took over.
We were arguing with each other. so.
Just- okay.
Apologize.
Deliberating.
For that.
Christie, can I ask you a couple questions? Are there any, what are the design review requirements for these buildings?
Any structure with 3 or more units will go through design review.
So all of them, besides obviously the single family?
In the townhomes.
Correct. Well, the townhouses are in structures that have 3 or more units, so they will all have to
every-
go through design review.
Okay.
So we don't need to add that as a condition if we were to
No.
recommend approval. What about I might not have read the existing development agreement close enough. Did I hear something about that? Did we ask for that to come, like, expire, or did we want to revoke that, or?
Yeah, so there is a clause in all of our development agreements that gives the city the opportunity to exercise basically a reversal if they
Right.
don't follow through on the development. We've never actually exercised that right. When city council decided to, I shouldn't say that, in this case, we did, it didn't go through. City council chose early on to change our codes so that, new storage units wouldn't be allowed. And so when that happened, we found this development agreement that just outright would have allowed it. So we did exercise that right to basically reverse it and say that, storage units wouldn't be allowed here. And we talked with the owner, and they said, okay, well, can we get, this kind of zoning that goes along with the comp plan? Sure, let's try that, and it didn't get passed. So we still have the development agreement.
So it didn't get revoked?
It did not.
Why not? Sorry. Because they didn't agree to the?
They didn't want the RMH zoning without a concept plan.
Who didn't? The
City council, yeah. I believe this board recommended approval, and then city council denied it based on the fact that there wasn't a concept plan attached to it.
So at this point, they could sell that or could come in and build
Storage units.
storage units, and nobody, the city council, nobody would have a word to say about it at this point.
Nope.
And that raises a lot of tax dollars.
Yeah.
It doesn't fund. Very low.
That's the only thing keeping me from recommending denial of this is I don't love what they have, but I like it better in storage units.
Well, is it possible to recommend, because I'm with you on that. I mean, I don't want storage units on that corner. We got them at Lake Lowell and Midland. I don't have a problem with the rezoning request. I just have a problem with the mix, with the.
Density.
Yeah, the density.
Plat?
I'm the opposite. I don't have I don't have a problem with the density in the area the more northern part where they want the apartments. I don't like the rezone.
There's no apartments. It's townhouses.
Townhouses that look
fourplex.
that look more like apartments, sorry.
Fourplexes, yeah.
Fourplex. I don't know.
No, I think I'm still where I was before, where the Planning and Zoning Commission, we're guided by the comprehensive plan and land use, a body that makes decision on land use matters. So I appreciate everybody's comments tonight, and I sympathize, but getting myself over the timing issue, because bringing this in will provide good diversity in housing, so you don't have single family that costs $700,000 to $800,000 per house. And it's going to fund our capital improvement plan through impact fees, and it's not going to be built overnight. It's going to, developer says 2025. I would be surprised given where the market is headed, in my opinion, but I'm not an economist. I'm just a dumb real estate guy, so. have any other comments?
I think it's just important to recognize, as everyone on this commission does, that, and I'll go back to that, it becomes personal. It's that planning versus reality thing for me, by the sheer number of people who showed up in this room tonight. And public comment and public input always strikes a chord with me, whether I may agree with something or not. The fact that people get their butts out of the seats and come down here and testify to their, what they want us to hear, that means a lot. And that really does have an impact. They're the ones that are living there. Sometimes we push them out of the way for somebody to come in and do a project that we think is going to benefit the community, and it may very well. But we're not listening to the people then if that's the case. And so that's where I'm at. I think I've moved a little bit more towards opposing this than before, probably 60-40 now. Because I do appreciate people who show up for anything and voice their opinion, because it's their lives.
Well, Madam Chair, we're going to sit here all night unless somebody starts something.
I'll make a motion, but my motion is going to be to recommend not approving the development agreement modification, rescinding the existing
If
agreement.
you want to make one, otherwise.
I am making it.
Okay,
But I was interrupted.
I'm sorry. I started it, but you want to finish it, so
I'll
go ahead.
start over. I move to not recommend approval of the development agreement modification, rescinding the existing agreement and zoning map amendment of 0 South Middleton Road on 13.13 acres from BC to RML, annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 for 2.64 acres, annexation and zoning to RML for 13.84 acres, and 0 South Middleton Road, and subdivision preliminary plat for Clear Creek subdivision.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to recommend denial of the development agreement modification. All those in favor of the denial?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so that dies.
Now, if I can continue what I started.
I guess.
Personally, I am opposed to this, and I agree with the people sitting here. Professionally, I can't oppose it because I think it's good for the city, and I think that it's going to be a project that will overall, length of time, benefit the community. So I move to recommend approval of the development agreement modification, rescinding the existing agreement and zoning map amendment of 0 South Middleton Road on 13.13 acres for BC to RML, annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 for 2.64 acres, annexation and zoning to RML with 13.84 acres for South Middleton Road, and subdivision preliminary plat for Clear Creek subdivision for Challenger Development representing Enduring Holdings LLC, with all the conditions as listed on the staff report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to recommend approval. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so that carries. So it will go on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a roll call. Who's in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and the opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Or nay, whatever ones you want to use.
Yeah. Okay, so now this will go to city council, and everybody will get a chance to testify in front of city council, and it's all in their hands. We just recommend approval or denial. We do not get to make that final decision. They do. But thank you for your time and coming out here. We really appreciate it. We're going to take a couple-minute break so everybody can clear the gallery so that we can get on to the next one.
Madam Chair. Can I just say that I'm proud of the commission and the way that we handled that? I think that it worked the way that it was intended to work, that there was good debate and conversation about it before a decision was ever rendered. And so I'm glad, I'm grateful for all that participated in that.
Okay, public hearing number 2, conditional use permit for a duplex in RS6 zoning district at 702 and 706 Smith Avenue. Do we have the applicant here? Come on down.
Hi, thank you guys for your consideration. I'm Sue Schindler. I'm the owner of Piece of Cake Properties, owner-developer, kind of a hobby developer. I have this infill lot that...
Can you give us your address, please?
Oh, sorry. My address is 714 Smith Avenue. This is regarding 702 Smith Avenue. So there was a previous lot split that I had done there. So there's a flag lot with 3 lots, and those are recorded. And the second lot has been developed and already. The third lot to the north is the one that we're referring to for a conditional use permit for a duplex, which was previously granted. However, what happened was I wasn't able to develop the 2 parcels at the same time. So I developed lot number 2 instead, and then the conditional use permit expired, and now I'm ready to pursue that.
Okay.
Hence I'm doing the application again.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
No, we'll probably have some questions after we hear from staff and public testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Rodney, you're it.
I'm it. Madam Chair, just for the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. This is one that you've already seen. It's already been approved in the past, so there shouldn't be any surprises here. It should be pretty simple because you've seen it before, but I'll go through some of the details. In the comprehensive plan, it's a medium density designation. And you can see the history there. We've already kind of talked about that. It was annexed in, it was split. Then the conditional use permit for the back property that you can see on the screen here. The rezone from RS6 occurred in June of 2019. Excuse me, rezone to RS6. I believe it was RA before. And then January 2020, the conditional use permit expired, and so now we're here. Surrounded by single-family residential and RS6 zoning. You can see an aerial view here. Just quickly, the property is accessed on the east side of the property here through an easement or a common drive for all 3 of these parcels. So you can see that a little bit on this next screen. This is just that one parcel and the duplex that's being proposed with the easement on the east side of the property. Again, the easement shown there, that was the plat, that was the Smith Avenue Hideaway subdivision. These are your typical applicable regulations for conditional use permits. These are the things that you must find and conclude that these are found through facts of the case in order to approve the conditional use permit. Applicable regulations, again, the Chapter 3 requires a conditional use permit in the RS6 zone for duplexes. Your typical response from the building department. I've already talked about the comprehensive plan, the public interest. We talked about the master plan, or excuse me, the comprehensive plan encouraging diversity, as we had a discussion about that in this last public hearing. That is absolutely something identified in the comprehensive plan, and the need for not all types of housing to be the same. We need diversity in the community. I also outlined the distances to the schools that are serving this property. The first one is to Willow Creek Elementary, and that's less than a mile away, and so it's within walking distance. And then Lone Star and Nampa High School are beyond the walking distance. Again, it was previously approved in 2020 for the duplex. This is a recommended condition of approval based on the building department's comment about Title IV. And then here is a potential motion for your consideration.
Okay. Do we have anybody signed up on the sheet?
None.
None, okay.
Whoa, hey, good catch.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody present that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this proposal? Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? I'd entertain a motion to close public.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the conditional use permit for a duplex in the RS6 Single Family Residential Zoning District at a parcel address both 702 and 706 Smith Avenue for Susan Schindler, representing Piece O Cake Properties, with all condition of staff and conclusions of law.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the conditional use permit. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now I got to read my spiel here. This CUP will become effective 15 calendar days from the date of this hearing unless an appeal has been filed with the Planning and Zoning Department with the appropriate fee. No action should be taken on the CUP until the appeal period has concluded. The applicant must confirm with Planning and Zoning staff that there have been no appeals. Thank you. Okay, public hearing number 3. So we have the annexation and zoning for 2200 Sunny Ridge Road. Come on down. Make sure and give us your name and address for the record.
Keith Jones, 2200 Sunny Ridge, Nampa.
Relis Dressel, 2200 Sunny Ridge Road, Nampa.
Thank you. Tell us what you want to do.
I really don't want to be annexed, but they say I got no choice.
We need to hook up.
We had to hook up the sewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're just here to request city services?
Be annexed.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll hear from Christie and.
So would you prefer we deny this then? or-
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you this evening is for approval of the annexation and zoning to RS6 at 2200 Sunny Ridge Road, as they have already been connected to city sewer and need to annex into the city limits. So it's been determined that this property is contiguous to the city limits. It can be reasonably assumed to be available for orderly development, as sewer is already available to it. And it is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan future land use map. The RS6 zoning will not create a spot zone, as it is consistent with the medium density designation. That pretty much covers all of the zoning issues as well. It's all in harmony with everything, with all of our guiding documents. So this is a map of the comprehensive plan. It is surrounded by a county, RS6 to the west, RS6 to the south, and RS 8.5 to the east, and does have city services available to it, obviously. These are the, oops, went a little too far there, sorry about that. So the building department did have their standard Title IV requirements. Code compliance has asked that they clean up the solid waste and the weeds prior to annexation, because in its current state, it does not meet our codes for waste accumulation. And then the engineering division has some comments and requires a 50-foot right-of-way dedication. These are the conditions of approval as listed in your staff report, and these are the motions. I will stand for any questions.
Christie, would code enforcement check on that condition of their removing the debris before?
Yes, so before we would read the final ordinance, we would require that it be inspected.
Okay, thank you.
Can you flip back one slide? Please.
One more.
One more?
They said Happy Valley Road.
Is that what I was looking at?
Yep.
Oh,
just a typo there.
that's a
Sunny
typo.
Ridge.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
I saw the Happy Valley, and I was like, am I on the same one?
And is it 50 feet or 40 feet?
It's 40 feet on Sunny Ridge, sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's a typo. I can fix that if you want me to.
I'm sorry, so it's 50 feet on Sunny Ridge?
40 feet.
40 feet.
40 feet on Sunny Ridge. Oh, okay. So it's what the next slide says.
Good catch.
And Christie, it said that they have to vacate any wells as well, but aren't they on their own well over there?
Yeah, so at this time, they can continue to use the well as long as it's functional. And then if they need to hook up to city water, they'll have to vacate the well, but they will have to vacate any septic systems that are on the
Yeah, I
property.
just seen that in one of them, it said they had to vacate the well too.
Yeah. Only when they hook up.
Any other questions for Christie? Okay.
Nope.
I have the sign-up sheet here. There's nobody on it. Is there anybody here that would like to speak for, against, or undecided on this annexation?
Recommend we close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, guys.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve, or recommend approval of the annexation and zoning to RS6.
All right, we're not going to deny it.
Sorry?
That's just kidding.
He's just interrupting you again.
Just a single-family residential zoning district at 2200 Sunny Ridge Road for Keith Jones representing Rellis Drussel. With all conditions listed in the staff report, and just to make a note that the engineering report indicated 50 feet right away at Happy Valley Road, which should be 40 feet on Sunny Ridge Road, correct? I know that, that'll be
Second.
made anyways.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We're done with that one. Okay, you're going to be annexed, so I'm sorry we couldn't make you happy. Okay. Action item number 4, annexation and zoning to IL zoning district and a potential development agreement for Nampa Logistics Center. Do we have the applicant? Come on up.
My name is Srinivas Nukala with LDK Ventures. We own 138 acres around the parcel, and we just bought this parcel, and for address 1120 South Rackham Way, Meridian. So we just bought this parcel to make our layout look fit better. So it's going to be the same development agreement as the master property surrounding it. So we already demolished the house that was sitting on this property, so no need for any city services or anything. We'll bring in the sewer from USTEC, water, irrigation, everything, so.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I have a question for you. You don't have to answer, I'm just curious. Not a legal requirement that you answer my question. What do you guys do?
We do industrial and multifamily developments.
You're developers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did the logistics throw you?
Yeah, it did. I was thinking like shipping and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My company loves the logistics center names. Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Okay. So Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The action request is annexation and zoning to IL. The piece is 1.32 acres. The surrounding zoning is IL to the north, south, and west, owned by the same owner. To the east is county. Staff finds that the property is contiguous. Staff finds the proposed IL zone is consistent with the comp plan. The commission has the liberty to determine whether this is the right timing and location for this development. The proposed use of warehousing, distribution, wholesale fits within the future plan uses for the area. It would not create a spot zone. This parcel was intended to be annexed with the 350 acres surrounding it, but it was missed in the legal description, so this is kind of a cleanup here. We've covered the regulations for zoning. The correspondence, nothing really particular that would stand out that wasn't applied for the previous annexation for the other parcels. They'll be dedicating 50 feet from section line on the north side. The change in zoning would increase the amount of industrial land, which has been viewed as in high demand for the community. The conditions of approval are in the staff report, as well as any that you wish to add, and there's a potential motion for you. Now I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Parker? Okay, we'll go to public hearing. I have nobody signed up. Anybody want to speak for, against, or undecided on this?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Chair, I will move to recommend approval of the annexation and zoning to IL zoning district for Nampa Logistics Center at 17293 Northside Boulevard for TO Engineers representing Nampa Logistics Center LLC with all conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one goes on.
See how fast some things go?
Yep. Okay, on to number 5. Conditional use permit for a dental office in an industrial park zoning district on Franklin Boulevard. We have the applicant here? Online, okay.
Hello?
Hello,
Hi.
give us your name,
I
name and address for the record, and then tell us about this dental office.
Yes, so I'm Jessica Petty, 1897 South Satellite Way, Boise, Idaho. I'm with 1215 Design Architecture, and I am representing the owner, Jason Hammer, on this property. So we are requesting a conditional use permit for a dental office. Jason Hammer will be the owner and running the dental practice there. It'll be single level, about 3,500 square feet, kind of a homey design. We think it'll be a great transition point there in the city, and will bring, clients and business and help the people living there. So that's kind of the gist of it. We've, have a good circulation flow with the parking, and I think it'll be a great addition to the city.
Okay. All right, well, we'll hear from staff, and we might have questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Parker again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The action requested is a approval or denial of a conditional use permit for a dental office. The zoning is IP industrial park. The surrounding land uses to the north is IP, and it's a truck and trailer parts business. To the south is IP. Those are industrial shell buildings that are being occupied currently. To the east is Milliken Heights subdivision, and to the west is an industrial office building. This piece was annexed and zoned in 2001 under IP. In 2005, there was a CUP approved for a professional office that eventually expired. In 2013, again, another CUP was approved for retail truck parts that expired. And then in 2015, another CUP was approved for a dental office that expired. So we've been down this road before. The conclusions of law for a conditional use permit needs to be compatible with and not adversely affect the livability of the developments abutting the property. Needs to provide a convenient and functional living, working, shopping environment, and then enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area and provide an essential service. Here's a site plan overlaid. As you can see, the landscaping and layout there. Elevations here. Correspondence, typical building correspondence. One thing to note from the engineering comments, they're requesting an additional 10 feet of right-of-way at time of development be dedicated. The comprehensive plan is industrial. The land uses, there's a combination of different uses in the area between the industrial uses to the west and south and north, and then to the single families to the across the street. The proposed use can be viewed as a transition between the two types of uses here. The business would provide an essential service to the community. Conditions of approval are there. Again, at time of development, the additional right-of-way would be required. And there is a potential motion for you, and I will stand for any questions.
Hey, Parker, the lot, if you look at their site plan, do they have the room to be able to afford to take away another 10 feet of right-of-way?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, they will likely have to, make some revisions to fit that in there. It's not customary to request additional right-of-way for conditional use permits. It's warranted in this case. We're not requiring it upfront, but at time of development. I believe Daniel could answer questions about the right-of-way if you have additional questions about it, but.
No, I'm just worried that they're not gonna have any room to make the parking lot work if they take another 10 feet out.
Have to get rid of that swimming pool in the back.
That's fine. That was just a question.
And Commissioner, they do show the landscaping on the west side that isn't necessary, so they can push it back up a little further, yeah.
I'm always curious, Parker, why, and you probably don't know the question of this, but that particular, I've seen signs on that for a long, long time and wondered why that particular lot has just kind of gone by the wayside for at least 3 times the CUP has expired.
I was thinking the same thing. I was gonna ask the applicant, are you really building it this time? Like, really?
Really?
But, I mean, 2005, we were
Yeah.
right at the peak of the market and probably economic reason. And I don't even know if it's the same owner, but I'm glad it's
Finally, yeah.
gonna be a
It just seems like a
dentist
very
office.
interesting spot, I guess. Maybe that's why is they think of something and then it just doesn't flush out. The idea or whatnot just flush out.
Well, you have had a lot of multifamily and
Yeah.
we can stop
And
deliberating.
by golly, we need another dentist office in the town, so it'd be awesome.
Do you have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Oh, the applicant? I'm sorry.
Checking.
We were just having our own conversation up here.
Okay, let's go to public hearing. We have nobody signed up for, against, or undecided. Is there anybody present that would like to speak on this?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed.
Thanks for keeping us on track, Madam Chair. Bringing us back to focus. So I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move, I move to approve the conditional use permit for a dental office and an IP Industrial Park Zoning District at 16197 North Franklin Boulevard for Jason Hammer, representing Jimmerland LLC, with all conditions and staff and conclusions of law.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the conditional use permit. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I get to read my thing again. This CUP will become effective 15 calendar days from the date of this hearing unless an appeal has been filed with the Planning and Zoning Department with the appropriate fee. No action should be taken on the CUP until the appeal period has concluded. The applicant must confirm with Planning and Zoning staff there have been no appeals. That's it. Okay. All right, we got one more. Thank you guys for your patience.
Somebody want to go and get pizza first?
Okay, do we have the applicant here for Madison Ranch Estates? Yes. Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Oh, I've got something on my glasses. Hold on. My name is Elizabeth Keckeritz. I am here on behalf of the applicant, MRH Homes. My address, I'm with Gibbons Pursley, 601 Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho. I'm here for the applicant, and with me today is Will Mason of Mason Engineering, who'd be able to answer some of the more technical questions that I may not be able to. We've reviewed the staff report, including all of the staff and engineering department recommended conditions of approval, and we agree with those conditions of approval. Which way? First, I'd just like to introduce you a little bit to MRH Homes. Michael Riggs is the owner, operator, primary developer of MRH Homes. He is a local developer. He's been building homes for over 30 years, and most recently he has completed the Ridgeview Estates in Nampa and Creason Creek in Meridian. So just to orient you to this project, this is the Madison Ranch Estates area is located south of Highway 26, and it's between Madison and Franklin Road. It is overall a 108-acre site. And as you can see, there's coming around it quite a bit of development to the east and to the south. And the path to annexation is through the Cherry Grove subdivision, which is directly to the east across Madison Road. This is also very close to the new Ridgeview, which is I guess not that new, Ridgeview High School. Tonight we have two applications pending before you, an annexation request with initial zoning and a subdivision preliminary plat. We are proposing for this property R6 and BC zoning. So we will talk about annexation. Oh, I moved that a little bit. Annexation and zoning first. As we showed you on that last map, this property is contiguous, and the proposed zoning is consistent with the future land use map. It is currently zoned agriculture, and it is within the county. This property is within the Nampa area of impact, which, as you know, means that Nampa does intend to grow and develop into this area. And we think that right now is the right time for this development. We're asking for BC zoning along Highway 2026, which is designated community mixed use. BC zoning is appropriate for locations on transportation corridors, and it includes a wide variety of retail establishments, commercial, retail, grocery stores, box stores, employment centers. There's just a really wide variety of things that could go in here. And we're proposing approximately 12 acres of this site be zoned BC. We are proposing R6 on the remainder of the site, which is currently designated residential mixed use on the flume. And within that flume designation, single-family detached is a approved type of development. As this development, as we'll go through it, it has ample open space with park elements as required, as suggested by the comp plan. There's pedestrian
access and a really nice interconnecting circulation system that's really going to be convenient for the residents of this development, people trying to get in and out, and with some of the proposed road improvements, which we will get into, I think is going to be a really nice addition to this neighborhood. As you can see on this, we are proposing 409 single-family lots. Within the R6 zone, we do meet all of the city's design standards. We're not seeking any waivers or deviations from the city's applicable standards. There's a well-connected community, lots of open space, and the lot sizes will range from 5,299 square feet to 8,957 square feet. The qualified open space, 17.5% of the development is qualified open space, which comes to 10.51 acres throughout the development. The open space, what's really nice about this is that the open space is really nicely distributed throughout this development. In a lot of developments, you see it all just sort of front-loaded in one location where they can just sort of shove it aside and forget about it. But here, when I'll show you with the phasing plan, there's really open space coming with every phase of this development. So it really does create a really nice development. The amenities include, in the center area, you can see it on this picture, there's a swimming pool and picnic shelters in the center. Along the, well, I guess, yeah, you can see the pool. Along the south, right above where the in-holding parcel is, there'll be basketball and pickleball courts. There's a children's playground on this map on the upper left corner, but if it were as it stands, that would be on the northeast side. There are shelters scattered throughout, picnic shelters, barbecue areas, and then at the main entrance, there is a large grassy playing field of 1.46 acres. Oh, and I also just wanted to mention, it really is, all of this sidewalks, except for in one small area, are proposed to be detached sidewalks with the parkways. And overall, there are more trees are being proposed than what are required by city code. It's just gonna really have a really nice community neighborhood feel. And that's just more of a list of those amenities we went over. Utilities. There is sewer and water are currently south of the property, but have not yet been extended to this property. The developer is proposing extending the sewer and water up to and through the property. And with that, he is also proposing, and he's been working with engineering some on this, to install the new regional sewer pump station in Forest, Maine. This is the regional low point in the area. There might be one spot that's a tiny bit lower, but there is an ability to make sewer work from this location. It's about, I think it's about an acre site. It probably says on there, I can't read it. Half an acre site. But so there will be sewer being extended into this area. The water mains will be extended up from Madison to and through the development. And then also they'll be doing the pressurized irrigation main along Franklin Boulevard. And that Cherry Grove subdivision directly to the east has a term of condition that they are supposed to construct the new supply facility for this neighborhood, for this region. But if they're unable to do so, this developer will be looking to meet with them to be finding more property to somehow make sure that that does get developed as is necessary for this whole area to grow out. Okay, we'll talk the traffic. So, yeah. Everyone, as we've heard all night long, this area is growing. It's growing rapidly. There is a ton of traffic, and there are a lot of things that are going on in the near future, finally, in this neighborhood that's actually going to help alleviate some of the traffic pressures and some of the traffic concerns. A traffic impact study was done in this neighborhood for this development, And the real concerning intersections were at US 2026 and North Side, which is labeled with a number 1 on this. These are the intersections that were studied for the traffic impact study. Then if you go directly east down the highway, US Highway 2026 and the Madison interchange, that was also studied. Farther to the east is the intersection with Franklin, and then the last one over is the intersection with Prescott. Farther south, where the school is located, that intersection was also studied, and there's some problems going on there. And that's located as number 7 on there. The rest of the intersections are operating at levels of service that are considered A, B, C, or D levels. And so they're considered to be operating pretty well at this point in time. There are project-specific traffic improvements that the developer is going to do. Madison Road, they will be all of the frontage on Madison Road, which is designated as a collector. They will be donating the right-of-way and doing full widening and the frontage improvements on that side of the street. On Franklin, moving to the east, they are also going to be, which is designated as an arterial road, they will be doing full widening and frontage improvements there. And then also they will be installing a center turn lane so that cars can get in and out off of that arterial road better. They've also agreed that they will be constructing a traffic signal or a roundabout, it still is to be determined, at the intersection of Madison Road and Linden Road. And finally, they are, after meeting with the city, talking to the city, they are constructing the new east-west collector, which was initially named, and I don't know how it got still onto the plat, as Go Fast Drive. So we're pretty sure Go Fast Drive isn't making it through, but that's the current name of the collector.
I thought that was 2026, though. Go Fast Drive.
Have you been on 2026 lately?
Okay.
So there are regional traffic improvements that are coming to this region finally through ITD. Through 2025, they expect that they will have widened the highway to 5 lanes through this whole stretch, and they intend on signalizing the North Side Boulevard intersection. Now, as we move across, back going west to east, they're going to restrict Madison Road to a right in, right out. So that will eliminate a lot of the traffic issues at that corner. The next street over, Franklin, they intend on signalizing Franklin Boulevard. And then past that, they're going to do the Prescott Lane, also right in, right out. So essentially at the arterials, they're looking at doing the major signalizing, and anywhere else, they're really considering, and the plans are, they're online at this point, showing just the right in, right out at those other intersections. So here's just a map. It's not super easy to see, but you can see the right in, right out, the signalized intersections where it's going to be right in, right out, just so you have more of a graphic depiction of that. So normally, I don't like showing graphs like this in a public hearing because there's a lot going on here. But this is the analysis results from studying all of the various intersections that we showed on the very first slide. And really, you're looking at the top 3 and then number 7, because those all show that currently at either the AM or the PM peak area, those intersections are operating at a level E of service or they are failing. So if you add in 2025 background, and the background is just any additional traffic, they consider all the other developments that are being approved, that are in the hopper, that are really, they're looking at anticipating going in here, those intersections still aren't looking great. However, the 2025, once you get this project doing that, that intersection, the Linden, Madison Road intersection, and the ITD improvements, you can see that all of those intersections in 2025 rise to an A, B, or a C level. And that's in 2025, including all background plus this project, and in 2030,
all background plus this project. So these intersections continue to operate acceptably. The other intersections, they're included on there, but there really isn't, there's really no improvements that are being recommended. There's really no issue with those improvements at this time.
A question. I know this is down the road a little bit, but did this include the Highway 16 extension from 84 to?
I don't know if that was
And the
included
impact
in
that
the.
would have on it?
I would have to look at that, and I can try to find an answer before rebuttal to see if it's in there. So based on this, which this is the development following, this is the road improvements following development throughout this whole area, and this being one of the high priority areas now for the state, given all of the development that has been occurring here, ITD, as we know, is funded differently than cities and local jurisdictions, but they are finally planning on making these improvements as a continuation of all of their Highway 2026 improvements. You can see here the phasing plan. It's going to occur over 6 phases. And the earliest that could really, phase 1 could really start, which is in dark blue there, would be 2023, late 2023, just the way that a preliminary plat gets approved. You put in the infrastructure, the final plat gets approved, then you can finally start pulling building permits. Estimated full build out will not occur until after all of these road improvements are installed. And each of the phases, there'll only be about 3 phases to be completed before the road improvements are done, because it's not estimated that this be fully built out till 27, 28, which the way things are going, it could even be slower than that at this point. But one thing I did, as I mentioned before, is that there is, you can see with phase 1, the blue, that there is the park areas going in, and obviously the swimming pool area, and then obviously the lift station has to be installed or nothing works. Homes will be primarily ranch-style homes with 2 to 3 car garages. Some of them will have RV parking. It's really it's a really nice neighborhood that's going to be really a great place to have kids. The sidewalks are the nice detached sidewalks. There's a lot of park spaces. It's going to be a good place to be in Nampa and raise a family. The conditions of approval, I don't need to go through all of them, but we do agree with all of the conditions of approval. Dedicating the right-of-way on Franklin and Madison, making the frontage road improvements, doing all of the required traffic mitigation, obviously wells and septic, a lot of these are kind of boilerplate, utilities to and through the site. We agree with all the preliminary plat comments. Actually, one of those, I'll just back up, is where the road comes out onto Franklin. We are working on one change to the plat. So on this, it's where it comes out at the north at the top. That, we're actually working on moving that roadway access 180 feet north so that so it will line up directly with one of the main streets coming out of the new Cherry Grove subdivision, so that we really are trying to make this work with all of the neighboring parcels. And with that, I guess there were a couple other things. We know right now, from looking at the traffic reports, from looking at the staff report, that there's currently a pending regional traffic plan for the area and a regional utility plan for the area. This development was worked on in conjunction with staff. It's understood that this is approximately where, according to that regional plan, they're going to need to have a lift station because you have to go to the lowest point, and this is the low point. And also with the regional traffic plan, the collector road that's being proposed is in the new traffic plan that's coming out and is in the same approximate location. And so we really feel like that we We don't need to wait at this point in time for these additional plans to come out because we know that we're in substantial compliance with what they are proposing. However, we are willing, because those will likely be adopted between now and when we'd have a city council hearing on this, that if there are any real deviations in those plans from how this development lines up and what those plans are saying, that we would absolutely have a condition of approval that we make sure that we're meeting with those plans and that we are in substantial conformance with those. And so with that, we are requesting a recommendation of approval to the Nampa City Council. I'll stand for any questions.
We might have some questions after we hear from
Okay.
public testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Christy.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you this evening is for recommendation of approval or denial to City Council for the annexation and zoning to RS6 and the preliminary plat for Madison Ranch Estates subdivision on Madison Avenue and Highway 2026. So the surrounding zoning here to the north, south, and west is all Canyon County, large acreage residential, excuse me. To the east or southeast, there is an RS 8.5 future residential subdivision. We have had a pre-application meeting last December, and they have been working towards this since then. There are city services available. However, it will require that regional pump station that she was talking about, and they will be required to construct utilities to and through the property. So as far as the findings go, staff finds that the property is contiguous with the city limits on the east side where it adjoins the Cherry Grove subdivision. Staff also finds that the proposed RS6 is, and the BC zoning is consistent with the residential mixed use and the community mixed use for that area on the future land use map. And then the third, which is to find it reasonably necessary for orderly development, this is where you do have some flexibility for timing and location, and there are a few challenges to developing in the area at this time. The city is currently conducting a mid-level land use plan for North Nampa, and so far indicates a desire to keep commercial prevalent along the Highway 2026 corridor, which this project does. This mid-level plan has not yet been published for public input or been adopted by City Council, but it is in the process of being studied. Feedback from ITD indicates a desire on their part to limit access at the mid-mile collectors, which Madison Avenue is one of them, would be right in, right out, as she indicated. Canyon Highway District Number 4 has been in discussions with the city regarding utility placement and maintenance in their right-of-way and have made a request that building permits be withheld until ITD has completed improvements along Highway 2026. Timing and funding for that project is unknown at this time, although it sounds like through the phasing process that maybe that would all align as we get further down the road. Nampa City Engineering Department has indicated that they will recommend waiting on projects in this area due to the challenges providing utilities and access at this time. However, this could also be viewed as a really great opportunity to get that regional pump station constructed sooner rather than later as we move to the north. So when you're thinking about the zoning, again, staff recognizes that the RS6 and the BC match the future land use map designations. Staff finds that the request for 409 single-family residential lots and 1 commercial lot could be reasonably compatible with the area based on future growth plans and may serve to entice more commercial development along the highway. Staff finds that the proposed RS6 zoning district is compatible with the zones and the existing uses in the area, and that the BC along the highway is desirable according to the comprehensive plan and the future mid-level plan. Because it matches the comprehensive plan, it would not be creating a spot zone, and it can be viewed as being reasonably necessary as there is no commercial at this time located nearby, and as the discussion today has indicated, population will bring commercial. So there was some public input that we received in time for the staff report. Those Comments indicated too much traffic, that it would be too dense, that there would be a loss of ag land, there would be a risk to the cattle that are currently in the area, and that the schools are over capacity. The building department gave their standard comments. GIS had some street name comments. Canyon Highway District has some concerns. Valley View School District has some concerns, but has reached an agreement with this developer. The Parks Department had some comments. The Police Department stated that they would need an additional 1.8 officers and 0.6 support staff because of the population growth in this area. And then Nampa Engineering had their standard comments, and they are listed in the conditional, or in the conditions of approval. So as far as this area goes, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, the residential mixed use is the dark purple and the community mixed use is the light purple. So these two designations are kind of working together throughout this development. They've indicated that there would be commercial uses along the highway, which is exactly what is desired there. Ridgeview High School is half a mile away. It is within walking distance. Sage Valley Middle School is 3 miles away, and East Canyon Elementary is 1.5 miles away. She covered traffic pretty well, so I'm not going to go over that with you. It was listed out in your staff report. Hopefully you had a chance to take a look at that. In review of the plat, the building lots shall meet or exceed 4,800 square feet in area. In this case, the smallest buildable lot is 5,299 square feet, so it is deemed compliant. The maximum lot size in this zone is 9,000 square feet, and the largest lot proposed is 8,957 square feet and is considered to be compliant with code. There are no adjacent platted lots in this area, so they do not require any compatibility along the perimeter. The lot width and depths are adequate and are compliant with code. The landscape plan has been reviewed and approved by the city forester. There is a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence proposed along the landscape buffers and around the perimeter of the development. And there is 17.5% qualified open space being proposed. And she went over that fairly well too. So these are the conditions of approval as listed in your staff report. And these are your potential motions. I will stand for any questions.
Christie, could you put up a general area map of this development and some of the other city ones to the south?
I don't know if I have one that's zoomed out that far.
That's it?
That's about all I've got. We can have Daniel bring up a map if you like.
If you wouldn't mind, I'd be curious to know how far off some of these other places are. Thank you.
It's okay.
I got it.
Rodney's got it. Yeah, so the area where his arrow is right now is the project that we're talking about.
Right, and what's that to the right of it or the east?
That is Cherry Grove, future Cherry Grove subdivision.
And what's that below it?
Can't remember the name of that one, but that is also RS 8.5 subdivision that's being developed currently.
And then you go down to that green one on the left? That city there, or that
Down.
still county?
Down here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Ridgeview North. It's a subdivision that's being proposed.
Okay. See what I want to say. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, any questions for Christie? Okay, we'll go to public testimony. You guys probably remember the rules from last time. We get 3 minutes, and we got a clock that shows on there now, so that makes it really nice. Okay, so we had people that signed up before it got continued, And so I have a bunch of people on here, and I tried to look through the list, and so I don't call on you twice. So we'll just kind of start out with the printed, nice legible ones I can read. Bo Bonds.
Isn't there a rule about twice in one night or something like that?
I hope not. All right, Bo Bonds, 8080 East Drinkard, Nampa. Lifelong resident, fourth generation. My great-grandparents moved to Nampa, farmed on Greenhurst Road. Grandma was born across the street, and Mom was born there too. So got a lot of history here. First thing, I'm glad you asked. I want to know, do you guys know where this property is and where it sits?
You know.
With the rest of the city? Infill. I mean, that right there should, I can't believe we're even here, because infill, there's so much undeveloped land to the south. It might be proposed, but there's nothing's happening. And I don't know when that'll happen. But there's plenty of ground south that needs to be developed before they start pumping farm ground out of us, you know? So, you know, I own 6 acres. I have cattle, I have horses, and this, you mind if I point where I live on here?
The clock is on there.
I own a little strip of ground that I don't know what you call that, the end road where it just kind of ends to the top right corner. I own that little strip of ground there. I don't know what the plan is for that. It seems presumptuous to me that they just assume that they're gonna extend that all the way to North Franklin Boulevard. It bothers me. I have a drainage ditch that runs, yeah, right there. I have a drainage ditch that I use to, my overflow water goes down there. I have a lot of concerns with that, with neighborhoods and kids and plugging my ditch and flooding. So that's another one of my concerns. But infill is a big one. We talked about traffic all night. I don't think we need to go anymore, but I would say one more thing about traffic. We're building roundabouts. We're building one right now at Franklin and Birch. It's gonna be closed for 6 months. Why are we spending money on roundabouts when we don't have enough lanes of traffic to drive on right now? So just food for thought on that one. I just feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves on all this stuff. Why are we developing out ahead of everything else, or proposing to develop? All this talk about traffic analysis for 2025, for 2030, it's all pipe dreams. We don't know. I mean, you've said it, reality versus analysis. It doesn't match up all the time. And we're looking so far ahead, we don't know what things are really gonna look like. I just don't think this is the right move right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick clarification, are you the property between this proposal and then the Cherry Creek proposal? You're the one that sits, is that your property that sits right in between them?
Right there, that's my property. Mhm.
Okay, I wondered what was there, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Tom Hartley. Okay, he's on here as opposed. Nancy Cole provided a letter, is that correct? Or she?
I have the letter.
You
so
have
I'm
it.
going to
Okay.
speak for her. I'm Paula Bonds, 8080 East Drinkard Lane, speaking for Nancy and reading her letter at 8250 East Drinkard Lane. And one of the biggest things that we have concern and hesitant is not only the land and everything. I agree with everybody that we've already talked about, but I'm going to bring up the wells and the water that have things going dry. I don't know if you guys have seen, but do you guys, these are articles of wells going dry in Nampa, wells going dry in Boise, and I don't know if, do you guys want to see these or have you seen them? Should I bring them up and show them to you, or?
You can give them to Karen.
It's him, he just did it.
Anyway, so not only that, with schools and everything else and the roads and trash, and we have our property, like we said right there in Franklin, there's trash all over, more and more and more this last 5 years, because our practice right on Franklin Road there. And we do have animals and horses. But here are some other questions that I do have for you guys. What research or analysis have you guys collected or the subdivision effect that has on aquifer? How is the water being replenished in the aquifer if the ground is covered with cement and asphalt? Do you know how much the aquifer is going to drop? And it will drop with all the building. But do you guys know how much, and what does that leave us for? Who is going to pay for the cost of the drilling of the wells and the existing properties around the subdivision? As of, I've already seen the store on the corner had, I think about 5 years ago, they had a well dug, and I'm already noticing differences in our water levels. So when it comes to that, and we've all these properties and things being built, then who's going to pay for the wells go lower? Who's going to pay, for the drilling of our wells when the aquifer is going less and less? So that's a huge concern for me with having our 6 acres there, having our land, horse and animals and things like that. So not to mention little things on a side note with police. I've talked to a couple that actually just yesterday we heard on the news that they were saying they are low, Meridian, Nampa. They are having a hard time with that. So with more people in a condensed area like that. And I will say I did talk to a teacher, 30 to 34 people per class. It's too much, and I think our infrastructure and everything that is just not there for us. So that's just, I hope you guys really take a good look and search your hearts for what really needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Marla Wheeler.
Marla Wheeler, 19745 Madison Road, Nampa. And we've talked about the comprehensive plan and the future land map. And I was kind of surprised that the staff has found that this proposed subdivision is like that it goes along with the comprehensive plan, simply because an RS6 is pretty dense and it does not go with the surrounding neighborhood. So I just wrote some thoughts about that I looked at the future land map and saw that right now it's indicated to be residential mixed use or community mixed use, which I think would make a whole lot more sense than just this RX6, which is pretty dense. And I think there's a lot of good things that could be done if it just stays as mixed use. And especially I thought I would read these goals that were listed in the comprehensive plan, which I think are kind of our goals too, and your goals. And so according to the Nampa comprehensive plan for mixed-use land settings, here's a few goals. To conserve open space and agricultural land, to discourage uses that are not compatible with each other and surrounding land uses, to beautify the community in a cohesive design. And I just don't see this RS6 as being something that would beautify the community in a cohesive design. It's like cramming. When you look at the pictures up there, they're just crammed in there. So we know growth is going to happen, but does it have to be so dense like that? So Nampa goals, I believe, do not support zoning this beautiful agricultural land as RS6 and community business. And according to the Nampa comprehensive plan, mixed use will allow for a mix of housing types and neighborhood scale businesses, and has been specified in strategic locations to conserve agricultural land and reduce drive times. So I'm just picturing in my mind that we could do more with that beautiful land than just stuff it with houses, but we could have some nice things along Highway 2026, like a small community store and that kind of thing, rather than what I've heard might go in there. So I'll stop there since my 30 seconds is showing, but I hope you'll reconsider this zoning of RS6.
Thank you. Okay, Max Harold. Okay. Stacy Driscoll.
I'm Stacy Driscoll, 8249 East Drinkard Lane, Nampa. Of course, I agree with everything that's been said so far with everybody. My property is the one that is right up there where the road looks like it's almost proposed to go through our ditch area. So that part's extremely disturbing to me, that somebody can just come in and take away my property to put a road that goes through. I didn't know any of that. But the other thing too is my property being backed up along all those houses. You know, I have that fear too of my well going dry with a lot of them. I think about the school too. My aunt had said how she raises her grandson and he lives like probably a mile and a half from the school. It's Sage, but they're already so full and the buses and stuff that they had to take 2 different routes to get the children home. So even though he's only a mile and a half away, he didn't go home till after 5. So that kind of tells me right there too, we're already over congested in our schools and our busing system and things like that. And then I know that they have that on Franklin and Elm, they already have the 271 homes that have been approved. And so that's already gonna really cause a lot of congestion and that kind of stuff as well. And then I'm curious, Canyon County's taxes are higher than Ada County's. So I'm wondering if does not any of that money go towards our infrastructure for our roads and stuff like that? And is there a guarantee if we bring it in that it actually is going to go for the area where the money came into? So those are some of my questions too. So other than that, that's about it.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Karen Hoffman, who is on the record as against, didn't wish to speak. Okay. Wade Steele. Okay.
We got your email.
David Stice or Stacey? Okay.
Good evening. I'm David Stice. I live at 18285 North Tree Line, City of Nampa. Lived there for 4 months, almost 5. And love the city, love the community, love the neighbors. Just concerned now that both of our the streets, Wild Goose and Ridge or Tree Line, the backyards meet and they're flooded, and we have a severe mosquito epidemic. I installed a sump pump to pump the water out of my backyard. My neighbor Dave Lane and I shot grades to discover why so much standing water, and discovered my backyard is a foot lower than my front yard. I contacted the head of the building department, Patrick Sullivan, and he came out and walked our neighborhood and looked at it. And he agreed. He said on the plans it shows that my yard should drain from the backyard to the front, as well as some of the other ones there too. And so I even went down and tried to find grading plans for my lot, and there is none, no grading plans whatsoever. And so, let me turn the page here. Just trying to find answers so I can work together with the city and all of you to remedy this problem for all of us here. So I just, as far as, we tried contacting Mike Riggs, and he's nowhere to be found. He won't answer our phone calls. And Chuck, his man, won't even get back with us on any of the issues we have. So that's why I'm just trying to find out what can we do. We have, we can't even utilize our backyards in the summertime to barbecue because the mosquitoes are so bad. And the ladies that go down to the mailboxes have to run and swat the mosquitoes to get away from them. we've contacted Canyon County Mosquito Abatement, and they've come through and started spraying, but it lasts for only a couple days, and they said even the standing water, they're coming back quicker than they can spray them, so. And now with the reports of the West Nile virus coming around, we're kind of concerned about that. So I just wish Mr. Riggs, if he would come back and fix the issues that are still at Ridgeview Estates and the pie in the sky that he's got painted up there. I don't like all the houses that are going in, and the aquifer is another thing too. So that's a concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Richard Mark? Okay, well, we got Richard down on the record. Donna York?
Everyone has their personal concerns, and I agree. And
Give us your
oh,
name
I'm
and
Donna York. I live at 1989 Cove Road in Weiser. However, I own the 31 acres directly across from this proposed project to the west, which is in the Caldwell Impact Zone, I assume. And like I said, I agree with everyone and their personal concerns, and I agree and support the neighbors, because that is not the type of neighborhood building that we need. It is too dense for that. It's a nice place that people have moved to have that type of living from 1 to 5 acres or 10 acres or whatever. But my concerns are somewhat different, as my family and I own one of the few remaining parcels of farm ground, 31 acres, that has been farmed by my family or someone we have hired for over 100 years. Now, you know that we have some of the best farm ground in the nation, and I hate to see it gobbled up, but I know that it's eventually coming, and my intent is to keep farming it, and I want to protect my right to my irrigation water. And after talking to Pioneer Irrigation today, I am inclined to want to get on record as saying, I know he's going to have to pipe that irrigation water to me, but he also needs to be responsible for maintenance if he plugs it up there beyond his place or in that area, in the subdivision area. It's his responsibility, or the HOA or the owners or whatever, but it is not my responsibility as being the last farmer on the line to have to go up there and solve his problems. Right now, it is an open concrete irrigation ditch all the way across the whole community. And that's how we've been farming there for a long time. And I do remember about 30 years ago or so when we were in a drought condition, and a lot of farmers out there, or a few, put down some irrigation wells. Well, it immediately, it made some of our neighbors' wells go dry. So the aquifer is a big, big concern. And without water, you don't have anything. And right now, I want to protect my rights to continue farming my place, but I sure hate to see the place dry up, because if you're not restoring that water to the aquifer, you're not going to have anything. You're going to be a desert, and it's not going to be pretty. So I'm asking, okay, do we really want to change the rural feel of the area completely and totally? This 409 houses, I can't even imagine. It seems borderline ridiculous to me. But yes, my property is in the Caldwell Impact Zone. So what may happen on one side of the road may not coincide with the other. And you guys aren't considering the ag there, but consider and decide wisely, please.
Thank you. Dusty Coates?
My name is Dusty Coates. I live at 8300 Highway 2026, Nampa, Idaho. My big concern is I want to ask every person in here, what's the adequate time for the fire department to come to your house if it's on fire? Is it 5 minutes, 10 minutes? How about 26 minutes? February of this year, my shop burned down. A 60 by 100 foot building caught on fire. Took them 26 minutes to get there. Then they couldn't put it out. 7 fire trucks, Middleton, Star, Nampa, Caldwell, everybody was there. Couldn't put it out. They let it burn to the ground. They didn't have adequate water. Now, what I'm saying is, you're talking about safety first. Let's talk safety. 26 minutes isn't adequate when you're putting in 400 homes. Yeah, I understand you're gonna put in a pressurized system for it, but you still have to have the firemen there to hook up the hose to spray the house, right? In 26 minutes, how many houses do you think would catch on fire 10 foot apart? I ask you guys, my whole livelihood went up in flames. Millions of dollars, 25 years in the construction business, gone. Over 26 minutes, just too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Blake.
My name is Jim Blake. I live at 19593 Madison Road. I am directly on the west of Madison. Nobody said this to you, but Madison Road is the dividing line between Nampa and Caldwell. And believe me, Caldwell treats ag way better than you guys. I sold some land, I know. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak. On my side of the road, I have 2 neighbors plus me that have horses. We have chickens, we have sheep, we have goats, and just we're ag people. We came here 26 years ago to get out of the city. Now you're bringing it to us. I like your message, Commissioner Kirkman. Our quality of life, we came out here for quality of life. You're impacting our quality of life. So my concerns are, I fled my fields, so does Donna. What are they gonna do with our lateral 55? In Idaho, you can ask any lawyer you want. Water rights trump any law in Idaho, period. What are you gonna do with our water? Second concern is the entrance for 400 houses, 800 cars, 800 barking dogs is right in front of my driveway. How do I get out? It's right in the middle. We came to the country to get away from the city. Don't bring it to us. You are ruining perfectly good farmland. Do you know this too? Idaho is #1 capital seed production in the world. You're ruining 100 acres of seed, which if you take that, at least that's 10,000 acres around the world. You just destroyed. Where are we gonna get our food? Thank you for your message, and you need to think long-term. Your revenue that you think you're gonna get in property tax, you're gonna completely have to redo everything. By the time you do all this stuff, you have not gained a penny. You have just increased your expenses. Do we wanna be California? Do we want to be LA? That's what we're turning into. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Robert Stuckey. Yay.
Don't encourage her, please.
No, that was a good job. That was a good job, so, yeah. So my name is Robert Stuckey. I live at 18272 Wild Goose Avenue in the Ridgeview Estates subdivision. The gentleman here really made a great analysis of what we're doing here tonight. We're talking about analysis versus reality. And so these 2 nice people here have brought all of the analysis, but they haven't brought any of the reality. All of these people here have brought the reality. So let's talk about that. So I am opposed to this rezoning that Michael Riggs and Silver Star Development have submitted for the following reasons. Contrary to what this nice lady said, MRH Homes has not finished the work that needs to be done at Ridgeview Estates subdivision. We should not allow Michael Riggs and Silver Star to start another project until they finish the current project. There are no building codes in place to address the standing water or runoff challenges we have from a subdivision-wide perspective. The existing building codes only address grading within 10 feet of a home. There are no subdivision grading codes that will deal with the standing water that we have in our subdivision. In the specific case of Ridgeview Estates, there are approximately 39 homes that have severe challenges with standing water in each backyard due to improper grading and non-existent development-wide grading. The standing water is causing significant health issues due to mosquitoes breeding in the standing water. This problem has become so severe that homeowners have to call the health department to come out and have fogging done. This is a temporary fix at best and actually costs the county money. Wouldn't it be simpler to simply fix the problem? In case you are unaware, the Canyon County Mosquito Abatement District has detected West Nile virus in mosquitoes in an area that includes our subdivision, their property, and that lady's property over there. In my specific case, I am unable to plant and cultivate any trees in my backyard due to standing water. The local landscape companies I have attempted to hire to plant trees in my backyard are unable to do so. The standing water causes root rot and it makes all of the trees drowned. This plus the constant mosquito problem makes our backyard and patio difficult to enjoy. In closing, we have very good stormwater prevention planning in place. We now need to implement very good subdivision grading plans so that we can get rid of this water that is in our backyards. If we continue on, this new subdivision will have the exact same problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Albright.
Hi, I'm Mark Albright. I'm at 18297 Treeline Avenue in the Ridgeview Estates. I've lived and worked and recreated in Idaho my whole life. And just about a month ago, I bought a house in Ridgeview Estates. And on day one, my first day at the house I purchased, I go out in the backyard and I see my yard's got standing water clear across the property. And within about an hour or two, I was informed and shown by the neighbors that it's not just my place, it's clear down the street, everybody's backyards. And everybody's trying to cut back on their watering and stuff, and you can hardly put any water on the grass. It's almost like they laid sod on top of a plastic tarp. It's some kind of clay, and it just shoots right down across your yard. And so they had a guy come out, or several guys come out from the city, and they looked at it, walked through our yards and looked things over, and they admitted, yeah, we got a drainage problem going on here. We don't know how come it was allowed to be done like this. Like somebody dropped the ball. Somebody wasn't paying attention or something. And I don't know the guy's name. I think he was in the planning department or engineering department. But before he left, I heard him say, well, we don't want to make our inspectors dirt cops. And I thought, well, why the hell not? Isn't that part of the job, to go out on the job site and make sure that codes are being met and things are being done right? So I'm against this new addition thing because I don't know if it's MRH Homes or the city of Nampa, but somebody needs to get their act together because there's more involved than taking a cornfield and slapping down some asphalt and some generic curbs that don't even have driveways in them, and then just turning it over to the developer and saying, have at it, guys, let us know when you're done. That's kind of what it looks like happened. So, thanks for letting me speak, and that's why I'm against letting this guy do any more projects until previous one is taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Karen Clark?
Hi, I'm Karen Clark, 18356 North Wild Goose Avenue, and I am in agreement with everyone else over here. I, too, live in the Ridgeview Estates, Nampa, and am having terrible flooding in my backyard. I cannot sit back there. I cannot let my dogs really go back there and stay back there. They don't get to enjoy their yard at all whatsoever. So, I mean, I've been attacked to the point where I'm swollen up all over my legs and my arms and everything. So I pretty much hibernate in my house, and I do not even get to enjoy my freedom here at all. It's over. I'm just not happy with it. And I just feel like until this Michael Riggs takes care of, you know, our situation, he should not be able to move forward. It's just not fair to us at all whatsoever. I mean, we came here to be able to relax, be able to enjoy our backyard. My fence is sinking on the right side. It's just stagnant over there, and it smells. And some of the yards have been tested for mosquito larvae, and it's in our yard and in the water. It's disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. So I'm asking you guys to please really think about, you know, making this decision. So that's it.
Thank you. John Wong?
Hi, my name's John Wong. I live at 8225 East Drinkard Lane in Nampa. I agree with much of what my neighbors have said and have likewise many of the same concerns. I oppose the Madison Ranch subdivision as there's not adequate infrastructure of schools, emergency response such as police, fire, ambulance, and supportive facilities, nor the road systems are large enough and vast enough for the large population growth which will come with this development, to the point of inadequate school capacity to handle the population and the growth. This month, on August 8th, Joey Palmer of the Valley View School District stated that 6 out of the 7 Valley View elementary schools are currently over capacity, and the district can no longer use portable classrooms or shift attendance boundaries to absorb the growth. I ask, where will the children go to be educated? In fact, this spring and May, the Valley View school bond for 2 new elementary schools failed to pass. It is my understanding that if the bond were passed, it would take over 3 years to complete a new school facility. I ask again, where will the children go to get an education? I recently attended the Idaho Department of Transportation meeting for the widening of Highway 2026, and specifically where it intersects Franklin Road by my home. The timeline to begin the road work at this location is the year 2024. That's over 2 years away. The timeline to begin the widening and developing of the Franklin Road, which intersects into 2026, is the year 2031, which is over 9 years away. Where will the traffic go? Are there impact studies for all this population growth, which will come with more substantial increase of homes being built in our area? The impact studies for the need for more schools, more emergency response and facilities, improvement to the road systems. A great, great concern I voice here tonight, timelines are not deadlines. They tend to get pushed further and further back. Are we a community of build it and they will come? That works in Hollywood, doesn't really work very well in real life. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Don Lucas?
My name's Don Lucas. I live at 8344 East Presley Court in Ridgeview Estates. And I agree with a lot of what everybody here is saying. I don't have the flooding problems. I feel it for the people who do, but I have other issues with my property as Mr. Riggs has left it the way it was. I've been around construction all my life. My father was a mason. I was a carpenter for over 20 years and a building inspector for 25 years. I know how cities work. I know how developments are made. I know how developments should be finalized and signed off in proper manners. This was not done. I have issues with my property. I've made phone calls with no responses whatsoever. But instead of sitting around and waiting for somebody to show up, I'm just a hands-on guy. I just went out and did it. I busted my rear, got off my butt. I'm retired and I have that luxury. And I had to finish the surrounding areas of my home, with the exception of the green belt. We have other issues as far as like emergency responses this gentleman brought up. I mean, a fire truck comes down our street, he gets to the end, he's not gonna know which way to go. There's no street signs. We still have storm wattles plugging up our storm drains. We have mud and water sitting in our curbs. So the backyard flooding is not the only reason. We have other issues that this guy has not come through and finished. How this guy got a certificate of occupancy of all these homes, I have no idea. But in order to get away from all of this, I guess he's sold off the rest of the phases that he was supposed to finish. And is he gonna go in and start this big old, like this gentleman said, pie in the sky, and then get to a certain point where it's gonna cost too much out of pocket to do this, to do that, to do the traffic stuff, to the street widening, and he's gonna say, you know what, I'm out of here, I'm gonna sell to somebody else. This gentleman does not finish projects. He had problems in Meridian, he's got problems here in Nampa at Ridgeview, he's gonna have problems with this project. I'm totally against this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so, remember, we're recording, we can't have that. Okay, Joe and Wendy Ducos, I hope I said it right. I have you on the record as against. Alan, oh my goodness. Yeah. So I have you on the record as no, and you didn't want to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against building, but.
If you want to speak, you got to come all the way up to the microphone. Okay. We got you on the record as against. Manuel and Ann Quinones, yeah. Yay.
Quinones, that's close. Manny P. Quinones. This is my wife, Annie. Anyway, I'm Manny Quinones, and we live in 18332 North Wild Goose Avenue in Nampa. And we have the same concern as everybody else. I don't live in this outside the area. I live right there in Ridgeview Estates. And we moved in about February. But we found that our backyards were flooding. Right now, it's kind of like, all right, it still stays pretty wet, but my biggest concern is the mosquitoes. And all the neighbors are going through the same thing, especially my neighbor right next door. He had to put in a sub pump or some kind of 10-foot, what do you call it, French drains or something like that. And he's paying it out of his own pocket. Like I myself had to put cement curbing out of it. I know my wife wrote all this and I'm lost already. But I put the cement curbing out there because I didn't want the neighbor's house is about a foot higher than ours. You know, their landscape, then it comes down, everything comes down. And they have the same problem also because nobody can really spray their or sprinkle their grass because it just gets flooded right away. And we had to wait a long time for our fence to be put in, actually, because he couldn't just do it because it's too wet. But our main concern is that you know, the mosquitoes, and I don't understand how, and I don't know who's responsible for it, but who allowed it to happen? You know, I don't know if it's the inspectors or what, but how do they get away with not inspecting it? You know, I don't understand that. And I have neighbors that all of them are complaining all the time. Not that they're bad. Our neighborhood is great. You just see our neighborhood. Everybody loves each other, it seems like, you know. And I'm one of the problems. I came from California, okay? And I know it's a big problem because, you know, we're building so much here and everything else. And I see we need to build, because that's the way we get the money for the city to grow. I understand that. But I can understand their point too, because they're like, man, I hear their stories like, man, they've been here forever. I was born and raised out in the country also, but in California. But when you're used to that and you have new developments coming in, wow, it's pretty hard. But obviously everybody knows we have to grow. But I can't see how they're gonna grow, and I'm not against growth. And I know they're presenting it very well, and it's gonna be a nice place, but if he can't finish what he did the last time, and he's leaving us this way, how is he supposed to go on to the next step? And, that's my concern. And I thank you for hearing us, and I know you guys do your job properly, so thank you.
Okay, Christy Perot. Did I get your last name right?
You did get it right. I'm very proud of you.
Lots of Agatha Christie.
Christy Perot, 8310 East Twin Eagles, again in Ridgeview. First of all, Better Business Bureau, Michael Riggs, MRH Homes, a D-. Okay? I live across the street from a field that he never decided to complete. He sold everything off after he built this one area. I don't have a flooding problem. I'm thankful. However, I live across from a field. There was a sidewalk. It is full of weeds. Nothing is maintained. He did not finish the fencing. None of the landscaping is done that was promised. We have to have bait traps at our house for rodents so we don't get them in our house. There's illegal dumping of cement that has never been cleaned up. Pipe, etc. Weeds. The street sign is missing on my street. God forbid I need an ambulance. They will not find my house. Yes, there is a drought, and we keep building. We have 2 unsold houses in this development that has not been finished. He doesn't even have anybody come and take care of it. The weeds are all over these houses, and the lawn is growing. Why he should be allowed to build anything in the state of Idaho is beyond me. Anyway, I don't have flooding. I have a field full of weeds, rodents, a sidewalk you cannot walk on. It needs to be completed. He will do the same here as he did to us. He won't like hearing how things are not right. My sink in my house has scratches everywhere. Did it get replaced? No, because he promised all of us a 1-year warranty when they're selling it. Guess what? You signed those papers. There was no 1-year warranty. He fixed nothing on the house after the day escrow closed. He needs to leave Idaho. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matt Azevedo? No, someone here? Okay. All right. Now we go on to more. Okay, Dusty's already talked. Dan Roach? Okay. You're gonna, okay. Okay, you get a chance to come up and talk.
My name is Dan Roach Jr. I live at 18308 North Wild Goose Avenue in the Ridgeview Estate subdivision. While these proposed plans may look attractive and perhaps without flaw on paper, it is in practice that MRH Homes fails consistently. I live in his most recent development. I wasn't here for the proposal then, but I can imagine it went a lot like this one, very attractive. My development to date has 0 amenities. If it meets the requirement for open space at all, it's barely. I can imagine all of the proposed amenities and open space was on the next parcel that he's sold and abandoned. The number of catastrophic failures among my development number high, but the glaring one that I'm here to represent today is the failed grading. There's a long series of standing water in mine and all of my neighbors' backyard that is breeding mosquitoes. I've seen in puddles out there, mosquito larvae crawling around. You'd really be sick if you saw it. It's a health hazard for people and pets alike, and especially with the West Nile virus present in the area. I personally have an allergy to mosquitoes. I've spent $2,400 in EpiPens getting bit in the neck. And these catastrophic failures and hazards are hardly acknowledged and not yet amended by MRH, and I implore you to hold this developer to a higher standard. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Patty Marquise? No, Patty? Okay. John Marquise? They must have went home to eat dinner.
Dinner.
Yeah. Gloria Stice? Okay. And David's already talked. Okay, Devin Ing? Come on down, or you're just good for being on the record?
Pizza's coming.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Devin Eng. I live at 18249 North Tree Line Avenue. My wife and I just moved here in February. We were thinking about Florida, but we chose Idaho because of the beauty of it. Shortly after we moved in, we would have thought we moved to Florida, to the Everglades. We got a swamp in the back. Any day now, I'm waiting for a gator to pop up. So, yes, this grading issue is definitely a big issue and a big concern. So I just implore you to please listen to our concerns. There's definitely something that went wrong here, and please help us fix it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, Eric Whitemire? You want to speak too?
Somebody back there paying you guys to come up here and speak?
No, we just all have the same problem. I'm Eric Whittemer, 18273 North Tree Line. I'm Dave's neighbor. So we moved in about a month before Dave. We didn't have any water problems. My backyard, half is completely useless. I have 2 dogs, 2 little girls, a 6-year-old and a 2-year-old about to be 3. I can't even have a birthday party for my daughter in the backyard because of the mosquitoes. I sink about that far when I try to even mow my lawn. Phone calls go unanswered, or they get answered, and I feel like I'm getting smoke blown up my, I'm not really opposed to it. I'm also from California, so I understand sustainable growth because I grew up in a small town. It was like Nampa. It went like that. And now they have the same problems you guys are gonna have there. So I feel for everybody. That's why I'm here. He just doesn't want to fix anything, doesn't want to do anything. He washed his hands of it, walked away. He's done. So we just want something done. He's going to do the same to these people, and you're going to have more people in this room for the next one he wants to do. And you're going to have more angry people, maybe like the last gentleman earlier tonight that was yelling at you. So please just think about it. This is a lot for them and for us for having these problems. Have a good night, guys.
Okay. All right, we got 3 more people on the list. We've heard a lot about Ridgeview subdivision. We're here to talk about the new one. So we understand your water and all your issues there. So hopefully we can kind of just focus in on the one thing that we're here to have you testify about tonight. Rob Montclair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm saying a quick prayer, so I'm polite. No marine tonight. My name is Robert Montclair. I live at 19721 Madison Road. I'm a 20-year veteran. I'm a retired Marine. Combat veteran. 100% disabled. I left the Marine Corps trying to come to a place of peace. In my 20 years, I saw 4 years of peace. I moved my family, my lovely wife, my 2 kids who are now hopefully asleep since they got school tomorrow. The mental capacity that it takes, it's daunting. I get anxiety just being in the city. I love the country. I love what I see. I love the sounds. I can walk outside at night and hear those crickets chirping, maybe a few frogs. I'm not hearing a lot of traffic, a lot of things that I shouldn't be hearing when I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for peace and quiet. That's all I'm asking for. I didn't ask for anything while I was in. I did 7 tours, 4 combat tours, and I'm glad everybody's here tonight. I have fellow veterans in here as well, some that weren't here tonight that their names were called for that reason, that they wanted that peace. Enough's been said about Michael Riggs, and hopefully these 2 do not feel the brunt of it. They're just doing their jobs, and I respect them for that, and I respect you guys too. But my concern is the mental health aspect. There's a gentleman by the name of Jamie who's got 3 boys. When they moved in, they met my son, and man, they kick it off like crazy. And it's their sense of peace, their sense of security that they have while they're there at that house on Madison Road. They're not installing the congestion that's happening there. They're there on Madison Road. Every year we have an annual bonfire for Madison Road. That's our community. That's our family. Like Miss Marlis said, it's not conducive to what we have out there. I would like to continue what I believe I've earned, and I know that everybody else out here has also earned, is that sense of peace. God put me here for a reason, and I thank him every night. Yes, ma'am. I thank him every night. My children thank him every night for the land that was provided for us so that we could use it to proclaim his name and do his good works. And now I feel like everything, the world is coming in and starting to crush that little bit. And honestly, it worries me. So I implore you, as the rest of everybody else has, to please take all this in consideration. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, ma'am, you're worth it.
Okay.
Shelley Montclair's next.
Shelley, yep, that's what. She's getting ahead of me.
I can't see your names or you, but I'm going to try to read this before you start that timer. And I really hope that I can finish it because I have a visual impairment. My eyes are tired and I'm nervous. No, then they start the timer if they say my name and address. I'm Shelley Montclair and I live at 19721 Madison Road. I'm going to hit your heartstrings. When my husband retired from the Marine Corps, we knew we wanted our dreams. We waited 20 years to get land, and we prayed where to go. And we came here, and then we prayed for a house that would check every single one of our boxes, and whoever's a realtor up there knows that that's not a thing. But this house hit 20-some boxes. The only box it didn't hit was the land box. We didn't get as much as he wanted. But when you look out on our property, and I wish I could put a picture up there because we're right across the street, the land that we have surrounding our house makes up for the fact that we only own 2 acres because all you see is land. We have kids, and we wanted a simple life for them. They're like him, and they hated the city. We have neighbors with horses, and we love to ride them on the paths. We have dogs we take with us. We have free-range chickens. We have friends that come over and want to experience the peace and quiet and the land and the horses and the ability just to relax and play. We fear that our neighbors, that our neighborhood and all the animals we have, we've only said some of them. With a new neighborhood coming in, we fear that the loose dogs, the cars, the people are gonna hurt our livestock, are gonna hurt our livelihood, our pets. We want pets. We have chickens and goats because they're our pets. We actually have them all named, and my daughter knows every one of them, and we have a lot. The thought of a city growing up around us gives us anxiety, anger, hurt, and frustration. It's not in my control, but I know that I get a vote according to my country, and I don't feel like I have a vote. I don't feel like anyone's listening. I don't feel like you guys here, not you guys, but that people here, that we want the farmland to stay farmland. We don't want it to grow up. We don't want houses. We don't want construction. We don't want cars and people. And we want to hear nothing. I can go out on, I don't have time. That's not enough. I'm not ready yet. We can go out on our back deck right now, and I can sit out there and hear the hay truck, the hay tractor, or my rooster. That is the best sound ever. I don't want to hear the rest of the stuff. I do want to put this down. I do want to wake up in the morning and see the Boise Mountains. I do want to know that my kids are safe while playing outside and that my animals are safe. I do want to know that my friends come and can enjoy the peacefulness, and I do want to know that I can sit out on my deck, and I do want to feel like I have a vote.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have one last person, and I think it's Bob at 18232 Wild Goose.
That was probably me from earlier.
Okay.
I'll go again, though.
No. Okay, that's everybody that, no, it's not. Oh, my goodness, we still have this whole back page. Okay, so I'm going to try and see if we can streamline this. So I've still got a whole bunch of people that want to speak, and everybody's going to get their chance. But we don't need to rehash everything we've already heard. You can say, I agree with my neighbor Joe, or whatever, you know. That way, we get the gist of what you're saying. We get you on the record as being opposed, or else we're going to be here till 12 o'clock. Okay, so I have David and Susan Hillard that don't want to speak but are on the record as opposed. Okay, Paul and Karen Shabo, and I have you guys on the record as against. Will Mason? I'm just here if you have questions. Okay. He's on the opposed list, but wrong list. Okay, Marla's talked. Okay, Tom. Okay. Barbara, and I can't make out the last name, on Stone Valley. She went home. Okay, she's on the record as no. And I'm assuming Mark went with her. Okay. Okay, Brenda Lewis and Randy Lewis are on the record as no. Okay, this is going faster. John, you already spoke. Brian and Wendy Pearson. Yes. And you guys are on the record as no. Did you want to speak?
My name's Brian Pearson, live at 8287 East Stone Valley Street in the Ridgeview. Has anybody, I know that other subdivisions are going in, and she talked a lot about 20 and 26 and everything up that way, but most of the traffic comes back down south on Madison and Ustick. Has anybody looked into that area? Because that is a very busy, when you try to go out of there when school is out, you have to actually go through the other side of the subdivision to get out because it's blocked coming from the school and down through Madison that way. And then to continue to beat the snake in the Ridgeview thing, I had to actually add 7 yards of dirt in my backyard to get rid of my fishing pond back there. And put concrete around the side of my house so it wouldn't go into there, because it was only that far away from my house going into the vents after a 2-hour rain in the spring. So it's, you were saying, let's stick to that issue. This is an issue that relates to that, because he didn't finish this and do this right, and he's gonna have the same issue there. So he shouldn't be allowed to do that one until this one's finished. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nancy Lane. Okay.
I'll be nice. I'm Nancy Lane, 8286 East Sunray, and thank you for your time. I want to touch base a little bit about Mr. Riggs, and I know you've heard plenty about him, but when all of us stress to you that we get nothing from him, no response from him, we do not have an HOA, we have a property management. We can't form an HOA because all of our subdivisions have to be finished from his original plan. His original plans went out the door when he sold half of the other property to Mr. Barton. And we now have some development going on next door to me, and some of my other neighbors that aren't here right now. However, the field that this woman was talking about is not just a little field. It is massive. It is acres and acres, and it's not being developed. It is a dust bowl, but that's Idaho, and we get that. And we're okay with that, except that Mr. Riggs is not taking care of the things he promised. And we were also, in the original flat, we said that we were supposed to get a park, and it was supposed to be really nice. And there's no common area at all. And we were told through Mr. Riggs, when we bought our house, that we were to get that. We were going to have all that. He never has followed through. We had a list of over a dozen things wrong, including water underneath our house and so on and so on. He did not fix any of it, and we had to buy under duress, or we were not going to get our house. Mr. Riggs has no business being allowed to build that at all, when he cannot and will not fix Ridgeview Estates. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I had David Lane also as against.
That's me, and I totally agree with her.
Smart man.
There's a smart man right there.
Okay, we have, okay. Tom Marino, you're on the record as against, doesn't want to speak. And then Kevin McBride. Okay, that's everybody I have signed up. Is there anybody that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Okay, you ready to come up and? How many pages of notes do you have?
Well, there is a lot to unpack here, and some of it we can deal with and address today, and some of it we can't. We also sat here, heard everything. These are the first times I've heard complaints about other developments, but everyone can rest assured we're obviously going to be speaking with Michael Riggs. Moving forward, okay, I do understand that Nampa now has adopted a grading ordinance, and so I believe there's going to be more oversight on some of this. And so that will be something that will be being looked at. But turning now to the actual development that is in front of you. First, just to touch on back a couple hours ago, I don't remember if it was Commissioner Morgan or Kirkman asked about what the scope of the traffic study was, and it did not include, we don't believe it included Highway 16. I only printed the first 50 pages of the 316, but I would doubt that it did include Highway 16. That's also why USTIC would not have been included in it, is that these scoping memos, as I'm undoubtedly aware, are decided between the highway district, the city, the developer, and it's really them leading the ship on what intersections need to be studied. To schools, there is another bond election coming up. It's at the end of this month. We understand the schools are crowded, they're at capacity, and the way, as you guys have also heard before, the way schools work in Idaho is that bonds have to pass in order for schools to be built. And that's just how it is. And that's how the state funding system is set up, for better or worse. The way Idaho's been growing recently, it seems like there are some issues with it, but it's not, that's just how it is. Mr. Riggs is willing to and has entered into the voluntary development agreement with the school district. As I'm sure you're also aware, school districts are unable to collect impact fees currently, which is something that could really help alleviate some of these issues. And so Valley View has a system where they ask developers to volunteer and to donate something, and they've set up their dollar amount at $500 because they feel that they get better participation knowing that people could say no completely. And if they ask for too much, then people are also going to say no, and they get left with nothing. As far as questions from the neighbors about irrigation and who's taking care of that and what's going on with it, Mr. Riggs will work with the irrigation company, as he's required to do by law, to continue to maintain that. These are more the engineering questions, but since I don't see an open irrigation canal on there, I assume it's being piped and that it will be handled that way. But that will be something that's worked out with the irrigation district. There were some comments about people who live to the east who are concerned about the road punching through there. We understand that on the proposed future traffic area plan, that there is eventually probably going to be a road in this area. At this time, Mr. Riggs is not punching a road through there. He doesn't own the land. The land is not for sale. These people still continue to live there. This will just be a dead-end street that's stubbed in through there at this point in time. But there's no road. There's not going to be cars going through there. The city is not taking this land through eminent domain, nothing like that, to any of our knowledge. So that shouldn't be an issue at this time. And then a lot of talk is about the rural nature of this area. And I get that. Like, it is a current agriculture area. It's currently zoned agriculture. But it is within the city of Nampa's area of impact, which means that Nampa has decided that this is the area that it is going to grow and expand into. And it has designated this area as mixed use residential and, I want to say mixed use commercial, the other general mixed use. And so between those, this really does take advantage of that zoning. Right now, Canyon County is also going through their a comprehensive plan update that some of you guys should know about. And they are really looking at keeping a lot of property agriculture. And they're essentially saying, like, push the development to the city areas of impact, and we are going to leave everything else, to the extent we can, agriculture. And they also did a soil study, and they're putting an intensive agriculture overlay over a lot of the property to really try to keep it in farming and to keep it ag. And those are the areas that are expected long-term to remain agriculture. These areas that are within the area of impact, that are along the Highway 26, where you have a developer who's willing, able, and ready to put in the infrastructure needed to jumpstart this area. This development will put in over, with the new increased impact fees, it's over $3 million in impact fees, plus the additional tax revenue that will come from development in this area. And so it really is the right place and time for this at this time.
think I hit a lot of the points. I guess I will stand for any questions if you have any at this time.
No, we're good. Thank you.
I have a question. In reference to the mixed-use designation on the future land use map, like, I understand it's under our area of impact, and I understand we're making a land use decision tonight. It seems pretty fringe to me in the area of impact. And there's a lot of transportation upgrades that need to take place before this development comes in. So why is it the right time? And was there other uses considered than 400 residential units in a small chunk, well, 13, 14 acres of commercial? Right?
I don't know the prior, pardon me, Commissioner Van Acker. I don't know the, any prior iterations. Mr. Mason may be able to speak to that. But as far as this being the right time, is that you do have traffic improvements being proposed occurring on Highway 26. You also do have a big problem with that intersection by the school. And by having development here, the developer is going to have to put in a traffic light there, which will really alleviate those. The developer, unlike some of the others, is not just donating the right-of-way, but is actually making those right-of-way frontage improvements. And so it's the right time because you have someone who's coming in who's able to take this on to do these developments, to try to jumpstart some commercial along the highway and to develop this neighborhood.
Any other questions?
I did have one. Do you know, do you have any ideas what that commercial is going to be?
I don't at this time.
Anyone else?
Commissioners, I just noted one of the other questions that I don't know if you want to ask the applicant or if staff needs to respond to, but it was the well and drying up of wells in the area.
Yeah, I was gonna ask staff that. I wasn't. I guess I'll ask it now.
Staff.
There you go. No, it was gonna be a little bit more because we talked about this before with the aquifers, like out around Lake Lowell, and there's two different ones, and what's going on in North Nampa, and I think that would really be helpful to kind of understand where that's all at, so.
Daniel.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the aquifer issue, this would all be fed by the City of Nampa's water system. We have a well existing there at the south piece of the Ridgeview High School property that was installed prior to the Ridgeview High School opening. That well has adequate capacity to serve this area, and so generally speaking, the city's well, there are different layers of the aquifer that are confined. And generally, the city's wells are in a deeper aquifer than you see with a single-family residential home that we would see out here, or even the irrigation wells. The irrigation wells are typically more shallow, along with those single-family home wells. And so we do not see a impact of added homes on the city's system having any effect on these adjacent wells from a demand side of things. The wells listed in the Canyon County articles that were shown, I'm familiar with the discussion there. The wells in that area, in the end, as that was looked into more, they were drying up due to construction issues, not because there wasn't water in the ground for them. And so that's, generally, We've also been coordinating with the Idaho Department of Water Resources that does the aquifer planning for the state. And the communications we've had with them are that the aquifers that the cities are in have adequate capacity for the planned expansions of our system and the water rights that we would need into the future for the build out of the city and the valley. We would not be planning any groundwater irrigation wells for here. We would be looking at surface water systems to handle the irrigation, so it would not add any additional demand from irrigation. It would just be trading it from agricultural demand to, lawn demand.
That pump that's at Ridgeview, how many homes, give or take, does that support?
So that is about 2250 gallons per minute well. An average home uses about 262 gallons a day. So that will handle a very large number of homes. I don't have the exact number, but I mean, I can do 2,500 gallons a minute, and you only need 260 per day per house generally.
Well, it depends on how many teenage girls you have in your home.
That is the average. That is the average over our entire system, and so we account for that.
There's capacity out there.
Yeah, there is capacity within the city system for this and many other developments.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions for Daniel? Thank you. Entertain a motion to close public hearing.
What?
Public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed.
Madam Chair, I lean towards a denial for the reasons that I think that it's, as Commissioner Van Auker said, it's out there on the very fringes of the area of impact. So you take the fact that it doesn't seem to coincide with what else is going on out there. That's a lot of spread out farmland and in larger plot homes. And this just doesn't seem like it fits right now. I'm with everybody else. Yeah, growth is coming, but we don't have to run it out there and drop it. And then couple that with the fact that you have suggestions from engineering and from ITD to hold off. Those are the reasons that I would vote to deny.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing with the commercial. A lot of talk's been, 2026, commercialized 2020. That'll come. And it'll come when Highway 16 starts punching through the valley too. That'll really increase the traffic. And so I am leaning to opposing this also because I think we let that growth come naturally. I mean, it's going to get there. And we already have some going out there. I'm concerned about the water issues that are going on out there. I mean, I don't really have a full grasp of what's going on, but it sounds like there's a lot of issues, whether it's with the builder, or whether it's with the surface water, whatever that's going on. And I think just in addition, adding 409 homes, that's a huge thing there. So I'm leaning towards opposing this also.
Also, with the first application we had tonight, it was an infill project. If we do something like this tonight, 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road, we'll be just creating more infill projects because it's so far out. That's why I asked the question early on about where the rest of the city really was at this point. We're just creating our own problem, I think, by doing something like this. Plus, the school situation, that's a horrendous problem. And somebody made a comment about that's the way it is in the state of Idaho, but that's not true. The state used to fund schools in the past, and then legislators changed the rules and they put it onto the school districts. And now they have to go back for bonds and beg for money to build schools and pay the teachers and everything else. This, all the state does is pay the salaries of the teachers. The local community has to put the schools in. And Valley View is saying, no, we haven't got room for it. They've got no places to put in additional portable classrooms. Thank you very much. So, no, I can see 7 reasons not to approve this project. So I don't know which one you want me to say, but there's no way I could go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I asked the question on the timing, and it was a good answer. But I still think it's out there a ways. You know, construction is starting on Highway 16, so it's going to come pretty quick. I have concerns about the school. I had a senior start at Ridgeview High School, and I have an 11-year-old, and we're considering moving out of the Valley View District now from a dream home, really on the north side of Nampa, because I'm not sure Valley View is going to be able to get their stuff together and pass a bond election. So I'm probably biased in my opinion, but the timing is the main issue for me. Land use, I wish there were more uses than a lot of homes and a little commercial. And there's a lot of other residential development in the immediate area, and this is reaching. So I would support a recommendation of denial and would remind everybody that we just recommend a denial to City Council. They make the ultimate decision, and we were all here a long time tonight, but it's important testimony, and your voices are heard. I'm even contrary to what you might think in the audience. I listen to everybody, and I try to make the best decision. So I'll shut up.
You don't want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I was just gonna say, I knew an hour and a half ago when on Christie's comments that was enough for me, but of concern. But anyway, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion I remove to recommend denial of the annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential, and BC community business zoning districts, potential development agreement, and subdivision preliminary plat for Madison Ranch Estate subdivision, including 409 single-family residences, 1 commercial lot, and 41 common lots at 0 Madison Road and 0 Highway 2026 for MRH Homes, representing Michael Riggs, Silver Star Development LLC. Because the project, can we just say it's not the right time for this project?
Commissioners, I think you've done a really good job of already outlining your
Okay.
reasons behind it, so I think we've got enough.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to deny the annexation and zoning. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's going to be recommended to council for denial. Okay, we are now adjourned.